One. Testing, cubaan, satu, dua, dan tiga, cek.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Distinguished guests, esteemed professors, members of AHA's KRKHs, dear brothers and sisters, we are about to begin our session today. We kindly invite all AHA's KRKHs members to complete the attendance form by scanning the QR code provided. We also request everyone to switch your phones and electronic devices to silent mode so as not to interrupt the session. Thank you very much for your cooperation. May I humbly request all KH's members to kindly rise as we welcome the arrival of our VIPs. Announcing the arrival of Professor Emeritus Dr. Usman Bakar, Rector of IIUM, accompanied by Professor Dr. Hafiz bin Zakaria, Dean of KHS into the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing as we sing together our national anthem Negaraku, followed by the IIUM anthem leading the way.
Let's lead the way, light in the future, share the wisdom to the spirit of Islam. Revelation, every wisdom, shall prevail. Merging faith and knowledge, we the Khalifa, we will fulfill. Yeah.
You may now be seated. Thank you. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على النبي الأمين وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين والتابعين لهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين أما بعد. Professor Emeritus Dr. Usman bin Bakar, Rector, International Islamic University, Malaysia, Professor Emeritus Wira Dr. Jamil Usman, Director for Regional Cooperation, Triple IT, Professor Datusri Dr. Syed Arabi bin Syed Abdullah Aidid, former rector of IIUM, Professor Dr. Hafiz bin Zakaria, Dean Abdul Hamid Abu Sulaiman Kulliya of Islamic Revealed Knowledge and Human Sciences, Dr. Rabiatul Adawiya bint Muhammad Saleh, Head of Responsible Research and Innovation, come Chairperson of the AHASK RKH's Tawhidic Epistemology Congress 2025. Respected deans, professors, directors, deputy deans, senior deputy director, members of the Kulliya, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning and warm welcome to the AHASK RKH's Tawhidic Epistemology Congress 2025. I am Muhammad Muhyiddin, an academic member at the Department of Quran and Sunnah Studies. To begin our session with the blessings and barakah from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, let us listen to the recitation of the glorious Quran by Assistant Professor Dr. Hassan Suleiman from the Department of Fiqh and Usul al-Fiqh.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I'm going to recite with Riwaya Warsh and Nafi'. So basically this Riwaya is famous in country like Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, and some part of Nigeria and Somalia. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الرحمن الرحيم ملك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. إن الذين قالوا ربنا الله ثم استقاموا تتنزل عليهم الملائكة ألا تخافوا ولا تحزنوا وأبشروا بالجنة التي كنتم توعدون. نحن أولياؤكم في الحياة الدنيا وفي الآخرة ولكم فيها ما تشتهي أنفسكم ولكم فيها ما تدعون نزلا من غفور رحيم ومن أحسن قولا ممن دعا إلى الله وعمل صالحا وقال إنني من المسلمين ولا تستوي الحسنة ولا السيئة ادفع بالتي هي أحسن فإذا الذي بينك وبينه عداوة كأنه ولي حميم وما يلقيها إلا الذين صبروا وما يلقيها إلا ذو حظ عظيم وإما ينزغنك من الشيطان نزغ فاستعذ بالله إنه هو السميع العليم ومن آياته الليل والنهار والشمس والقمر لا تسجدوا للشمس ولا للقمر واسجدوا لله الذي خلقهن إن كنتم إياه تعبدون فإن استكبروا فالذين عند ربك يسبحون له بالليل والنهار وهم لا يسأمون ومن آياته أنك ترى الأرض خاشعة فإذا أنزلنا عليها الماء اهتزت وربت إن الذي أحياها لمحيي الموتى إنه على كل شيء قدير إن الذين يلحدون في آياتنا لا يخفون علينا أفمن يلقى في النار خير أم من ياتي أمن ياتي آمنا يوم القيامة اعملوا ما شئتم اعملوا ما شئتم إنه بما تعملون بصير صدق الله العظيم.
جزاه الله خيرا على تلاوته العطرة. الأساتذة الأفاضل، أعضاء الكلية المحترمين، إن هذا المؤتمر التاريخي يمثل بداية مسيرة علمية مشتركة لإعادة النظر والتأمل والتجديد في مفهوم الإبستمولوجية التوحيدية، ذلك المفهوم الذي يشكل الأساس لرسالة الجامعة الإسلامية العالمية ماليزيا في تكامل معارف الوحي والعلوم الإنسانية. وعلى مدى 5 أيام متتالية سنشهد بإذن الله جلسات ملهمة وعروضا علمية ومناقشات عابرة للتخصصات، كلها تنطلق من مبدأ التوحيد وتصب في خدمة الإنسانية ونهضة الأمة. نسأل الله سبحانه وتعالى أن يبارك أعمال هذا المؤتمر وأن يوفق الباحثين والمشاركين جميعا لتحقيق أهدافه النبيلة. This historic Congress marks the beginning of a collective journey to revisit, re-examine, and renew the concept of Tawhidic epistemology, which serves as the foundation of the IIUM mission to integrate revealed knowledge and human sciences. Over the next 5 days, we'll witness inspiring discussions, academic presentations, and cross-disciplinary engagement, all rooted in the principle of Tawhid. With this spirit, let's begin today's session with shared sense of purpose, unity, and hope for a future shaped by knowledge, guided by ethics, and dedicated to our collective well-being. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now continue with the welcoming address by the Dean of Ahaska RKHS. It is with great pleasure that I invite Professor Dr. Hafiz bin Zakaria, Dean Abdul Hamid Abu Sulaiman, Kulliyah of Islamic Revealed Knowledge and Human Sciences, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Please welcome, Prof.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Thank you, Dr. Muhyiddin, the Honorable Rector Emeritus Professor Datuk Dr. Osman Bakar, Emeritus Professor Datuk Wira Dr. Jamil Osman from IIIT, Director of Regional Cooperation of IIIT, Prof. Datuk Sri Said Arabi Aidit, the former rector, Dr. Rabiatul Adawiyah, the chair of the Congress, the organizing and the student committees of the Congress, deputy deans, head of department, Kuliah board members, brothers and sisters. Assalamualaikum warahmatullah and selamat pagi. Ahlan wa sahlan welcome everyone to the inaugural Tawhidic Epistemology Congress 2025, or in short, TE Congress. On behalf of AHAS KRKHS, we would like to extend the warmest welcome to our Honorable Rector, Professor Emeritus Datuk Dr. Osman Bakar. Brothers and sisters, for centuries, Western academic thought has operated within a dichotomous model, often separating the sacred from the secular. This Congress, however, will explore the profound possibilities of a holistic approach. The papers presented here over the course of 5 days and 69 presentations will see that and examine how Islamic ethics, for example, can guide scientific inquiry, how the concept of fitrah can inform psychology, and how the divine attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can provide a more comprehensive understanding of the universe. This inaugural TE Congress is a 5-day event comprising 69 presentations. Central to this Congress is the TE book project, initiated by Prof. Shukran and the previous administration, a series of edited volumes authored and co-authored by the members of the Kuliah. The Congress also serves as a pre-publication platform where contributors share their work in progress, receive feedback, and refine their work through cross-disciplinary dialogue. We are hopeful by the end of the year, inshallah, to produce about 7 TE books, inshallah. Professor Osman, your presence today is more than just an honor. We are indeed inspired by the leadership by example provided by you, not only as director, but also as an eminent scholar who has profoundly shaped the landscape of Islamic thought. And Prof. Osman remind me and remind everyone here. What is the reminder? I still remember. Seminars and writing are the way of life of academic. So if we don't like it, then possibly we have to talk to Prof. Osman, can give you advice. Thus, we have to be actively engaged in intellectual discourse and productive in research, publication, and the ummatic engagement. Today, we are very fortunate to have Prof. Osman here, not only to officially launch TE Congress, but more importantly, to deliver a keynote lecture, Tawhidic Epistemology as the catalyst for the integration of knowledge in the 21st century. We eagerly anticipate your keynote address and the wisdom you will share with us today. Brothers and sisters, please join me in giving a round of applause to Director Professor Dr. Osman Bakar. Finally, I would like to record my deepest gratitude to the energetic chair of the Congress, Dr. Rabiatul Adawiyah, the organizing committee, the student committee, Kuliah board members, presenters, participants, and also to Prof. Shukran and the former Kuliah administrator. Wa akhiru da'wana anil hamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Hafiz, for your kind and inspiring welcoming remarks. Distinguished guests, members of the Kuliah, before the official launching, let us first enjoy a special video presentation prepared as a gimmick to mark the spirit and significance of this Tawhidic Epistemology Congress 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the screen. Thank you for that inspiring presentation. And now we proceed to the official launching of the Congress. We are honored to invite our beloved Rector, Professor Emeritus Dr. Usman Bakar, accompanied by the Dean of Ahaskar KHS, Professor Dr. Hafiz Zakaria, and the Congress Chairperson, Dr. Rabiatul Adawiya, to come forward for the ribbon cutting ceremony as a symbolic gesture to mark the beginning of this historic Congress. Ladies and gentlemen, let us witness together the launching of the Ahaskar KHS Tawhidic Epistemology Congress 2025. Thank you, Professor Emeritus Datu Rector, Professor Hafiz, and the Congress Chairperson, Dr. Rabia. Ladies and gentlemen, the Congress is now officially launched. Distinguished members of the Kulliya, we have now come to a significant highlight of today's session. Professor Emeritus Datu Usman is the visionary behind the idea of Tawhidic epistemology, a concept that has shaped the international university's intellectual identity and continues to guide the integration of knowledge in the 21st century. His scholarship and leadership have inspired generations of academics, and today, Professor Emeritus will enlighten us with his keynote address on Tawhidic epistemology as the catalyst for the integration of knowledge in the 21st century. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Emeritus Dr. Usman Bakar.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Brother Moderator, the Dean, Professor Datuk Hafiz, Professor Datuk Yaman, Professor Datuk Said, the chairman of the organizing committee of this Congress, and my dear academics from this Kuliah Ahas KRSS. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this very, very special Congress. Soon after I became rector, this Kuliah was my first place, Kuliah which I visited, and I remember it is in this hall that I said that the Kuliah is the center, the heart of Tawhidi epistemology. If you understand what Tawhidi epistemology is, then you will accept this when I said that Ahas KRKHS is the center, the heart of the university. And almost 1 year now after my appointment, almost now, And just another 2 weeks ago, to be my first anniversary as a rector, I repeat that AHAS, KRKJS is indeed the intellectual center. The whole university, when it comes to TE, will depend on you for guidance, intellectual guidance, and intellectual leadership. And I mean it. And therefore, I would like to see every member of the Kuliah playing his or her role as the intellectual leader of the university. And thank you for giving me the topic, the dean and the organizing committee, Tawhidi epistemology as the catalyst for the integration of knowledge in the 21st century. I did prepare a few slides to guide me in my presentation speech. Yeah. First of all, of course, we ask what is Tawhidi epistemology? And I must say, I would like to say, I'm glad that this Congress is about Tawhidi epistemology. And actually, I'm impressed by you all because you are having this Congress for 5 days, 5 full days. Yeah, you have a lot of stamina to go for 5 days. Yeah. And when I look at the program, at the topics covered, the presenters, I think you are really having a very, very big intellectual feast. All kinds of food, I mean, intellectual food. Yeah? All kinds of cuisine. Yeah. So congratulations. Congratulations to us, KRKS, for this. I hope other Kuliah will follow your lead, inshallah. So, almost in the past 1 year, we have been, myself and the UMC, the whole university management, and also the deans, past deans as well as new deans, we have been discussing what is Tawhidi epistemology. I'm happy that the UMC with me have gone along with this to all the Kuliah in all the campuses in Kuantan, of course, in Gombak, in Kuantan, in Pago, yeah, Gambang. I've been to talk about this Tawhidi epistemology. I think there's a better appreciation of the idea of Tawhidi epistemology, and actually that is not difficult for you, for your Kuliah, because we have that long tradition of Islamization of knowledge, integration of knowledge. What the idea of Tawhidi epistemology is doing is just to broaden the scope of our intellectual vision, just to broaden, because there is nothing more comprehensive than the idea of Tawhidi epistemology. So here I said, I repeat basically, what is Tawhidi epistemology? It is a total vision of knowledge. So that is the invitation, basically. The invitation, let us have a total vision of knowledge. But what that total vision is, that depends on the individual. Yeah? It depends on the knowledge which the individual has. Yeah? But basically, it's about the same vision. A total vision of knowledge that is ordered in a certain way, in accordance with the Quranic principles of hierarchy, unity, and justice. These are 3 fundamental ideas in the Quran: hierarchy, unity, and justice. And we are ordering knowledge in accordance with those principles. So Tawhidi epistemology is about ordering knowledge. And no other civilization takes so much time and effort, energy to order knowledge. In my book, Classification of Knowledge in Islam, I emphasize that one of the reasons why Islamic civilization for hundreds of years were interested in classification of knowledge because they want to order knowledge. Of course, knowledge that is differentiated into different categories, bodies. So basically, ordering of knowledge in that sense presupposes that certain amount of work in categorization of knowledge has been done. Because we're not talking about knowledge, undifferentiated knowledge, but we're talking about knowledge that is already categorized into various bodies of knowledge. There's so many different bodies of knowledge. Those bodies of knowledge need to be ordered in a certain way in accordance with God's vision, God's knowledge. Yeah. So that is important to bear in mind. So we have categorization of knowledge such as divine knowledge. We first ask the question, what is divine knowledge? And then you have human knowledge. What is human knowledge? What is the difference between divine knowledge and human knowledge? We have human sciences. We have revealed knowledge. We have empirical knowledge. We have social sciences, sciences, and so on. So categorization of knowledge has been done. The more advanced the civilization, the more categories of knowledge which will appear. So why an advanced civilization is interested in classification of knowledge precisely because through our growth and advancement of civilization, we have already seen different groups of knowledge. And it is very interesting that the first real attempt at classification of knowledge has to do with education. The necessity of classification of knowledge has something to do with education. And it is basically what guides me as rector of the university, what branches of knowledge to be preserved, to be strengthened, and what new knowledge to be developed, to be established, is guided by this traditional classification of knowledge. All right, can go next slide, basically. All right, basically, we know what Tawhid epistemology means, okay? No, please go to the, okay. What is the content of Tawhid epistemology? So what is the content? We speak about Tawhid epistemology, but its content. Well, in its basic outlines, the most basic, the most fundamental outlines, I list here the different branches of basically the content of Tawhid epistemology. Not the detail, yeah, but rather the principles of this Tawhid epistemology. First of all, Tawhid epistemology is about knowledge of divine unity. Tawhid. It's about Tawhid. Yeah? Divine unity. It's about the unity of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, which we learn. How do we, of course, this knowledge is based on the Quran. In fact, it's basically the knowledge given in the Quran. All right. So what the ulama has done is to develop this ilmu tawhid, the science of divine unity. In fact, that is the core content of Tawhid epistemology. So we cannot really talk about Tawhid epistemology. We cannot develop it, right? If it's not based on knowledge of divine unity. And this is where the importance of your kulliyah. So it is the job of the kulliyah to continue to sustain the teaching of this knowledge of divine unity. of course, we must be sensitive to change of time, to advancement in knowledge in the sciences and so on, because every piece of new knowledge speaks about divine unity. We can say that all the different sciences are commentaries on the knowledge of divine unity. Yeah. Now, next, of course, the knowledge of cosmology and eschatology. Cosmology is a very, very important branch of knowledge. Next to knowledge of divine unity is knowledge of the cosmos, because Allah created the cosmos. He created the cosmos, and the cosmos is structured in a certain way. Yeah? The content of the cosmos has been created by Allah in a certain way. So cosmology must be taught in an Islamic university. Cosmology the knowledge of the cosmos, the knowledge of the universe is very, very important, because all the sciences, natural and human, are based on this cosmology. The cosmos serves as the background for all the other sciences. So cosmology is very, very important. But of course, in our times, we can see that what is called cosmology in the modern world is just a small fraction of what we call the cosmos as understood in the Quran. Because the cosmos taught by the Quran is partly spiritual. There is a spiritual content, such as the angels, and therefore angelology, knowledge of the angels is very, very important. Any specialist in angelology here? No. If you have a specialist in the ontology, and why not cosmology, and why not angelology? After all, there is the second article of faith. Yeah, the second article of faith. So we need to know about angels. What are these creatures called angels? What is it made of? What is the substance of it? What is the role of the angels? Of course, in the past, in Islam, it's all there. But today, this kind of knowledge is marginalized. Just take for granted. Just take for granted. But we must, yeah. If you want to talk about TE, then we must have knowledge of angelology, which is part of cosmology, and it's important. It is us who say that angelology is part of cosmology. Modern world, because they only believe in the physical cosmos. Therefore, when they talk about the origin of that, they just talk about the Big Bang. Yeah? But the epistemology of the Big Bang needs to be criticized. Don't simply accept, just simply because Big Bang believes that in origin. What kind of, the question is, what divine? What kind of origin? Yeah. So, angelology is part of that. But eschatology also is a part of cosmology. Yeah. So, what is eschatology? Anybody specializing eschatology? Eschatology is literally it means the science of the end of thing. Even in English, what is eschatology? It is the science of the end of all things. That's why, of course, this is in Arabic. This basically is ilmu ma'ad. Yeah, it's the science of the return of all things. But that is eschatology. It's all about science of the return of all things. The Quran emphasizes that all things return to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So the science of that return, although the concentration of a certain people, of certain ulama, is on the science of the last day. What are the science of the last day? But if you want to talk about future studies, and we have already established an institute of future studies, so the philosophical, the TE aspect of this future studies must be based on the concept of eschatology, because everything moving towards that objective, that end. So therefore, Muslims cannot talk about future studies in the same way as the others. Yes, yeah. Those who don't believe after all that the world will come to an end, don't believe that there's God, there's a spiritual world, there's a next life. So it's different philosophical foundation. But Islam, we have to go back to this divine unity. Of course, and then knowledge of anthropology. From the view of TE, anthropology is not simply physical anthropology, it's not simply scientific anthropology. Yes, literally, anthropology means the science of man. What is anthropology? It's the science of man, ilmu insan. Yeah, but then insan, as we perceive Islam, is not the same as perceived by the evolutionists, for example, who man is. So therefore, I say here, knowledge of anthropology, both spiritual and scientific, both. So when we talk about the concept of Khalifa, that's part of anthropology. Yeah. So the spiritual origin, the spiritual constitution of the human being, that's part of anthropology. So again, TE broadens our understanding of what anthropology is. Then the knowledge of pneumatology and psychology. I've added purposely pneumatology because psychology, as understood in the modern West, is not ilmu nafs as understood in traditional Islam. Right? What is called ilmu nafs, the science of the soul, what the Greeks call pneumatology. Otherwise, absolute psychology is just the science of the psyche, not the total soul, Pneuma, in other words, that universal soul that is within us. Yeah. So, knowledge of pneumatology is part of TE. Yeah. Knowledge on natural philosophy and sciences. This is at least not the detailed one, but the principles of natural philosophy. What do you mean by nature? What do you mean by nature? Huh? That question cannot be answered by the physical, by the particular sciences. That's part of philosophy. Knowledge of mathematical philosophy, again, is mathematics. In Islamic thought, in classical Islamic thought, mathematics is regarded as the bridge between heaven and earth, between physics and metaphysics. Mathematics is in the middle position. There are many bridges, actually, including, of course, in the human world, it is political science. Politics. In other words, political science was regarded as political science understood in the sense of Madani, not in the sense of siyasa. Not siyasa, but Madani. Yeah, which is basically that knowledge about what I would say, precisely the knowledge of Khalifa. Yeah, the real discussion of Khalifa in Islamic thought was discussed in this Madani thought in political science. So I was saying mathematics. Yeah, mathematics actually something intermediate between physics and metaphysics. But today, in the Kuliah of Science in Kuantan, they don't even have a department of mathematics, yeah, but they have this mathematics, but basically all this the various technical subject related to mathematics. And of course, knowledge of civilization, including the human and social sciences. Knowledge of civilization is very, very important to TE. Yeah? And in fact, the first civilization to really talk about science of civilization, it was Islam. Certainly Al-Farabi, his work talk about knowledge of civilization, and then followed by Ibn Khaldun. No, this is a big science. Therefore, not many people go to that. Okay, people talk about various aspects of civilization. That's abundant. But here, want to look at civilization as a whole. The question that sense of civilization, there is not many want to dive into that. Okay, next slide. Yes. While talking about Tawhidi epistemology, we should beware of anti-Tawhidi epistemology. Yeah. So in front of us, yeah, you have an ocean of ideas. We have that vision, yeah. So those students of TE, can find, can locate those epistemologies or bodies of knowledge that go against the Tawhid. So what I mean by anti-Tawhidi epistemology, an organized body of knowledge that contains ideas contrary to the principle of Tawhid. This is what it's all about in our work on Islamization of knowledge. All right. What is Islamization of knowledge we've been doing? We want to identify elements in knowledge, principles, ideas that are contrary to the teachings of Islam. Yeah. And of course, the core teaching of Islam is Tawhid. So, best in a sense, what is anti-Islamization of knowledge is basically anti-Tawhidic epistemology. There are many examples. I just give here a few examples, but the big example, the famous example, old example, because those examples still exist. Yeah. The modern theory of biological evolution. Yeah. There are ideas in level evolution that are acceptable from the viewpoint of TE. There are many good ideas, there are many true ideas, all right? But there are also ideas, that are contrary to the principle of Tawhid. And that comes our intellectual task, to identify which ideas. Yeah. For example, the idea of natural selection as advanced by Charles Darwin. Is that acceptable from the viewpoint of TE? Well, I don't accept that, but maybe something that you have to study. Yeah. In other words, especially when that theory of biological evolution was transferred to the social sciences, the social Darwinism. So you have the natural Darwinism, and then you have the social Darwinism. But anyway, that's our job. We need to study, we need to criticize where it is necessary. Yeah. So modern theory of biological evolution, of course, the arguments change over the decades. It is not the same. Yeah. What is maintained? Evolution is a fact, but arguments in support of that changes over the years. Yeah, it's not the same. Now people talk about going to this biology, cell biology, biomedicine. In other words, it's very interesting. Yeah, it's a very good example where the claim is not changed. Basically, it remains the same, but the arguments have changed because the previous arguments simply are unable to support the claim. Okay, and then of course Marxism, yeah, dialectical materialism, because it is still around. It's still around in Russia, in China, and so on, in many other countries who believe in the ideology of Marxism. Then, of course, the clash between cognitive and behavioral schools of psychology, still there. Yeah, the clash, because the question of either or. The problem with Western thought is always they follow the argument either or, but they cannot reconcile between two seemingly different positions. But Tawhid is precisely say that yes, many of the things maintained in cognitive psychology can be accepted, but many things on the behavior as well accepted. Yeah. So in simple language, this unity between iman and action, bin amal, yeah, put it in simple way. Okay, next one, please. So what are the functions of Tawhidi epistemology? Yeah, what are the functions? I think basically my topic given Tawhidi epistemology as the catalyst for the integration of knowledge in the 21st century. So I expect that the question of integration. Certainly integration is one of the function. Yeah. But here I have 5 bullets there. 5 major functions of TE. Shaping of organization of ideas and catalyst in the organization of ideas. Yes, catalyst, but TE is more than just a catalyst. I think that is important. Yeah. Yes, you're giving me about the catalyst, but I do not want to be limited to that because the function of TE is not simply a catalyst. To say catalyst is you're not giving the same degree of importance, of fundamentality. Yeah. Catalyst means there exists already something, and then the catalyst comes and intervene. You bring in something outside in order to hasten the process. The process is going. Yeah, the process is going, then bring in TE to become a catalyst. In a certain sense, yes, it's correct. But then TE already playing that role before even the process starts. It is important. Yeah? So in other, the role of it is not simply to intervene at some stage of the process. No, but it is to initiate the process itself. The role of the, let's call shape, the shaper of organization of ideas. After all, the core of TE is about divine knowledge, God's knowledge. And God's knowledge is prior to everything. The second one is shaping the Tawhidi mind. This is important. Yeah. We are teaching students. We want to shape their minds, their Muslim minds, to be Tawhidic in conformity with them. All the greatest Muslim minds in the past were Tawhidic minds par excellence. Tawhidic minds par excellence. All the thinkers, yeah, all the scientists. Abu Rahan al-Biruni, regarded by many historians of science as the greatest Muslim scientist of all times. His mind basically is Tawhidic. Polymath, he was a polymath. Yeah? Scholars in natural history, in geography, in geology, in physics, in cosmology, and yet no contradiction between all those ideas. On the contrary, the mind of al-Biruni symbolized the unity of all these different knowledge. That is what it's all about. So not to worry what branches of knowledge you want to have in the ahas I guess, but you are the dean, you are the overseer of this unity of all knowledge. No conflict between one department and another when it comes to ideas. There should not be enmity. There should not be quarrel. Yes, we can discuss. We can have differences of opinion, different interpretation. Yes, but over fundamentals, we are all united. I think that's very, very important. And then number 3, providing conceptual framework for the integration of ideas. Now I'm going to the topic. Providing conceptual framework. TE provides the conceptual framework for the integration of ideas. The English word integrate. You want to integrate something. It's always from something into something. You cannot have simply integration hanging in the air. Integrate what? What are we integrating? Into what are we integrating? By what are we integrating? So we have to understand. So when we talk about integration knowledge, we have to ask all these questions. What are the ideas that we seek to integrate? But there must be something else. We call it the framework, the conceptual framework into which those ideas can be integrated. So the integrator, we need to understand probably this concept. And therefore, since the study epistemology is very, very elastic, it's very elastic. For a certain level of integration, you need a certain amount of study epistemology. But if you want to integrate big ideas, you can have a small vessel into which to integrate. You need much bigger vessel. So the framework must be elastic enough to accommodate all kinds of ideas for integration purpose. And this is the beauty of this TE, all right? So it can meet the needs of any group of scholars, in any field, study epistemology, because God's ideas are limitless. So basically, we are integrating modern knowledge from the West, for example, into the Tawhidic paradigm, into the Tawhidic framework. You cannot just simply integration. So I see now, especially in Indonesia, there are many programs, just integration of knowledge, full stop. No. Into what? I'm posing this critique, of the use of the word integration. It must be, Islamic integration of knowledge. That's it. Okay. Tawhidic integration of knowledge. That's it. Or is it to integrate all facts into the theory of evolution? That's what the West is doing. Any idea they want to integrate into theory of evolution, because theory of evolution is their version of TE. Their version of TE. Okay. So then first, critique and judge. The function of TE is to be critique and judge of epistemological claims to truth. This is very important because many Muslim minds today have succumbed to this thing. In other words, because we have already we are surrendered basically ourselves to the idea that science embodies a truth. The science is the science is the judge. You judge truth in the light of science. What is true and not true? What is acceptable and not acceptable? What does science say? You refer to science. That is the thinking of many people in the modern world. But for us, no. TE is the judge. So no matter what idea coming, new idea from the West, we study that idea carefully, and then we judge in the light of Tawhid. That which is acceptable, we take it as our own. And the fifth and the last, providing the concepts and principles that are necessary for the foundations of the different sciences. You have different sciences in this kuliah, all right? Now, what is the connection? What is the conceptual connection between TE and the foundation of psychology, the foundation of sociology, anthropology, the foundation of the Quranic studies, the foundation of the language, the teachings of language, and so on, teaching of communication? We have the expert here on communication, science of communication. Okay, precisely. All disciplines are like artifacts, and are like this architecture that needs a building, an edifice. It's an edifice that stands on certain foundation. And what is that foundation? We need to, after, let's say, a long time, accepting the foundation of particular science, of a particular academic discipline, let us ask, is that foundation still okay or not? You have lived in a certain house, new house. When you in that house, you bought that new house, all right? You assume that the foundation of the house is okay because it's approved by the town, by the Sepang council or whatever, you know. The town city council has already approved. You trust, you believe that everything is okay. But many of us don't bother to check. But those who are experts, the engineers, the architects, they will look at, oh, say, no, so it look like there's something wrong with the foundation of the house that needs to be corrected. The same thing applies to the field of knowledge in science. I want to share with you a program which I took part. Say 7 of us from all over the world. We met in Hokkaido, Japan. Basically, we had. I was the only Muslim in that group, basically, which includes some Nobel Prizes. Basically, our job, financed by very, very rich Japanese businessmen, just to examine the foundation, the assumptions we make about science, basically it's natural science and social science. Because each of these sciences has assumptions. We accept these assumptions in the classes. We don't ask, we don't query, we don't know about the foundation. But our job was to see whether the foundational assumptions are still acceptable or not after all this long time. Remember, this was based upon the Newtonian worldview. This is before the postmodern assumptions. Yeah. Now, the conclusion, to cut short, of that 1 week solitude in Hokkaido, in Japan, was then roughly 1/3 of the foundational assumptions in science are still okay, intact. Yeah. In other words, not basically challenged by the frontier knowledge in science. Yeah. Frontier knowledge says, okay, still okay. But another third, say, against all the latest discoveries in the field of knowledge. 1/3, another 1/3, is against the new discoveries, what I call it frontier knowledge in physics, in biology, in economics, and so on. Yeah. Another third needs a re-examination, needs a review, because some part of it is okay, others not. That was the conclusion. Yeah. In fact, I published this finding in my article published in the Sacred Web, published in Canada. I think the person is Professor Raini, psychology here. Huh? Yeah. No, this. I'm sorry. I'm giving an example to show that we Muslim minds need to examine these assumptions made, whether these assumptions can stand or not. Our testing and argumentation. Okay, and then so basically this now the job, and as director, I have to see to make sure that we come up with concepts and principles that are necessary for the foundation. So you have how many departments in the 11. So 11 departments have to look at this issue. Yeah, whether the foundation of your sciences, of your discipline, okay or not. Okay or not. I don't know. I'm not sure you are the expert, but listen, because I want to see that all the foundations are in order, intact. Okay, next one. Now, how do we apply Tawhidi epistemology to the construction and development of the specific academic disciplines? And this logical follow-up to what I said just now. The different departments need to do this, but I'm giving you the guidelines here, how to apply that. Well, basically here, I said, we need to apply Quranic theological principles, the symbolic 99 beautiful names of God. It's not just 99, it's just symbolic. But the point is that when God created the universe, he created it in the light of his different names and qualities, right? So we have to apply. Therefore, theology in the original sense of the word, theology that is not limited to kalam. No, I'm not saying that the theology here, theology as the meaning of science of God. After all, the original meaning of theology is the science of theos, which is the science of God, the knowledge of God, knowledge of his names and qualities. We need that. We need to have sufficient number of experts in this field, in this kuliah. Yeah? The real theologians now. We need the real theologians. Secondly, to establish the correspondence between the divine names and objects studied by the sciences. This is very important. There is a correspondence between the divine name and the objects that we study. Let's say language, department of language. The object is language. Of course, we talk about language, then insan is that because it's language of human being. Yeah. So, and of course, the quality of Allah, God is that Allah has speech. Yeah, Allah has speech. Then and He created us, human beings, with ability to have a speech. All right. So it's again, no matter what object of study you're in, there is always the link with the metaphysical principle and in theology. So relations between, we're talking here about, we must establish relations between theology or metaphysics and the natural, mathematical, and the human world. You have the human sciences. Part of this kuliah is the human sciences. How can we link these human sciences to the Quranic theology? Okay. And then, example, the correspondence to the concept of science of God in the natural human world, including in human history, your Department of History and Civilization, all right? And concept of divine manifestation, tajalli. Here, the science. Just now our brother read the beautiful verses of the Quran. One of the verses talk about among his signs is the earth that was dead, devoid of life. Then Allah sends the rain, and then the rain stirs the earth to life, and that's how God, the God that created it to do that, is able to revive, is able to resurrect life in the hereafter. So many things that can be learned from that verse about TE, from that. Yeah, science first of all, it's about science, ayatihi. Yeah, ayatullah, the science of God. So the Quran speaks in the language of science, which means symbolism. I'm worried because the knowledge of symbolism among Muslims is declining. Symbolism, because we are interested only in facts. So our mind is to think only facts. What are the facts? And that the facts also are separated from values. But what symbols? The Quran talks about symbols. Thunder, ayat, which means the importance of symbolism. Symbolism is important aspect, especially in literature. So the Department of Language, Literature, both English and Arabic, we need to pay attention to this. Okay, next one. Is it this one? Okay, next one. Okay. Now, towards the end of my speech, I just want to talk about the rise and fall of Tawhidi epistemology. First of all, in Islamic civilization, if we look at all the works on classification of knowledge, taqsim al-ulum, the division of the sciences, or as far as we use the word different in terms of catalog of the sciences, asal ulum. Yeah. But basically, in Islamic civilization, from the beginning until modern time, until the time when the Western colonialism came to influence the development of knowledge in Islamic civilization, Tawhid epistemology was the core, basically, yeah, the foundation of advancement of knowledge. Yes, we have that tension between this al-ulum al-aqliya and al-ulum al-naqliya, the transmitted sciences and the sciences. That's those who look at the literature, Islamic literature of the past, we can see that tension. But as pointed out by Ibn Khaldun, somehow the Islamic civilization obtained that balance and stability in which this, what you call the Naqli sciences exist side by side, often interact, and what more when many individual thinkers embrace both, who also experts in both, so that was guaranteed. So that division between the two categories of sciences only became a problem when we have less and less individuals who embody both sciences, until when the colonials came, basically they tried to separate between the two until our times. Yeah. Let's say until the establishment of IIN. So the establishment of IIN, we sought to reverse the process of separation. So I think now we need to empower this TE so that what prevails is unity of the sciences and the unity of Tawhidic mind. We need more Tawhidic minds, especially in our university. To me, the reason of existence of IIN is basically to attain this unity of the sciences as reflected in the Tawhidic mind. So, but in the case of Western civilization, the story, the history is far more volatile, yeah, in a sense. Basically, with the birth of the modern world, with the birth of modernism, with of secularization, yeah. So that gap between, let's see, between religion and science, between you may say that between, if you use our terminology, the gap between the Naqli sciences and the Aqli sciences, the gap is very, very wide, to the point that in the early 20th century in the West, they talk about the two cultures, which was basically on one side, the arts, the humanities, and the other one is the hard sciences, something like, and even the social sciences basically contrasted with the natural sciences. So briefly, on one side, you had the natural sciences, especially physics. Physics became the queen of all the sciences. Everybody wants to imitate physics. If you don't follow the physics, then you're not scientific. But on the other side, you have the arts, the humanities, and even the social sciences. That clash, yeah, that clash. Please go this way. Yeah, so we have that until I think around the 1950s, that we have a new awareness in the West about that this separation, this idea of this separation is not good for the future of humanity. Very interesting that 30 years ago, around 1990, there emerged an epistemological movement in the West. They call it art science. Art science, A-R-T-S-C-I-C, one word, not two words. Art science as one word. In America, this movement basically trying to bring back the unity of the arts and the sciences. Yeah, in a sense, under a different name, but basically is TE. So TE became more important in the West, but still nothing compared to what we are doing. So I think when it comes to E, the Islamic world, the Islamic civilization can play the role of intellectual leadership. So I'm talking about the return of Tawhidi epistemology and its equivalent ideas in the modern world. IIN is an important institution right from the time of its birth until now in basically strengthening this, making more visible the return of Tawhidi epistemology. When what I try to do as director is basically to give more prominence to this idea, because if we understand this idea, we implement this idea, success for our university and for the Ummah will be guaranteed. And I'm happy that this Tawhidi epistemology is not simply accepted in our university. I'm very pleased to see many people from the West, Muslim minorities in various parts of the world, in Europe, in America, talking about this TE. They say that TE makes sense. TE makes sense. The question is how to implement it. Okay, next one. I conclude now with this topic, with title, The Role of Tawhidi Epistemology in the 21st Century. I have to mention the 21st century because Dr. Hafiz has given me that. 21st century, I must to say something a little bit. Well, we are already now almost a quarter of the 21st century. Yeah, 2025, the end of the first quarter of 21st century. So what's the prospect? First of all, Tawhidi epistemology appeals to reason, reason. So we believe that it will be accepted by people, more and more people, inshallah, if we explain carefully and if we write, and therefore how many volumes of publication going to have on Tawhidi epistemology? MashaAllah, yeah, thank you, but I see here two areas in which the issue of the role of TE is going to be more prominent. Others, but I just single out two. One is to harmonizing natural and artificial intelligence. This is going to be a major topic for research. A lot of money coming later for all the funders for research, especially because of this AI. But from the perspective of TE, artificial AI must be pursued in the light of our knowledge of NI, natural intelligence, which is in every one of us. Every one of us has a PC, but this is not AI, this NI, our natural intelligence. All right? We must teach in this university, especially at this kuliah, this concept of intelligence, akal. Okay, in other words, there's so much works have been written in the past about this cognitive psychology, about the powers of the natural powers, or the powers of the natural intelligence, where researchers in AI can take guidance. we have just established AIIN's AI, Center for AI. We just established center. Yeah. Now, I'm bringing all those interested, all those who are good in AI to be attached to the center in all fields, in economics, in science, in the the education and so on. That center, yeah, and of course, we will make sure that more research funding coming to this university in the area of AI and its applications. Even question of ethical issues of AI. We need researchers, writers. Yeah. So the world is looking for guidance. Yeah. The world is looking for guidance. When it comes to technology, we are behind. Other advanced countries are ahead of us. But when it comes to the cultural dimension of AI, that is an open field. And this is where we have the strength, inshallah. Okay, the other issue is unity in diversity. Diversity is the talk of the town. Everybody wants to talk about, in every country, diversity. At international level is diversity. But as emphasized by TE, by the Quran, and therefore by TE, diversity has no meaning unless we relate that to the underlying idea of unity. It is unity in diversity. And this is where Tawheed TE comes in. How to integrate diversity? That is the question. Yeah, and in social science, social science, for example, basically, yes, how to integrate this diversity. The West cannot guide the world because they themselves showed that they're hopeless. The West is hopeless when it comes to how to deal with diversity. One of the great strengths of civilization is that we unify diversity. Both the Tawheed as well as the Sharia in providing this idea of ummatic excellence. So that's not only taken a long time, more than 1 hour. But I hope that this kind of overview of the topic helps give some guidance, food for thought for you all. I hope that in 2026, this agenda of TE and ummatic excellence will be made, even more visible, having a greater impact at the level of both theory and practice. So once again, thank you very much for this invitation opportunity given to us. And in the name of Allah, the great, most gracious Musul, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, I launch this Tawhid Epistemology Congress organized by the Kuliah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Long question.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Emeritus Datu, for that enlightening keynote address. Professor Emeritus Datu reminded the Tawhidic Epistemology Congress explores the Quran-based vision of knowledge that unifies revelation and reason under the principles of hierarchy, unity, and justice. It seeks to provide conceptual frameworks for integrating diverse sciences, shaping Tawhidic mind, and guiding humanity towards ethical and civilizational renewal in the 21st century. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we are now pleased to open the floor for questions and additional comments. So if you would like to participate, kindly raise your hand, please, and we may only accept 2 questions. Due to time constraints, please, you may raise your hand. Yes, please, Professor Dr. Radwan, please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May Allah be pleased with all of you. Thank you so much, Prof. Just want to be short in my question regarding the integration of values into Western sciences. Is it differ from or align with the ET, the wahidization of knowledge in Islamic thought? Integration of values, okay, into Western sciences. Is it differ from or align with ET, tawhidization of knowledge in Islamic thought? Just thank you so much.
Well, if one aspect to your question, right? Looking at the broad picture, it is true that the mainstream thinking in the West is still separation between facts and values. Yeah, values are some things are viewed as contrary to factual. Values is regarded as subjective in nature, not objective. Therefore, to equate truth with value, that is not acceptable to many people in the West situation. Yeah, and for us, that will be contrary to TE. They will be contrary to this Islamic vision. Yeah, you know, the word fact was a later invention in the West. Fact. What if fact is something universal? What is the translation of the word fact in Arabic, in Malay, in Urdu, Turkish, and so on? Think about it. Just think about it. You know, fact. What do you mean by fact? Yeah. This glass. Is this a fact? Is it this glass is a solid? Is it a fact? Yes, it's a fact. You see, it's a fact. But let me call now. Please now have another kind of consciousness. Yeah. Bring in another level of consciousness. Let's see now. I can see now the atoms of this glass. The electrons are now dancing around. No? It's moving. It's not still. Is it fact? Well, according to the quantum physics, it's a fact. It's a fact. So at one level, this is stationary. This is solid. It's a fact. But another level, now you go at the atomic level, subatomic level. No, it is not. It is in motion. It is in motion. So the same object, talking about the same object with the glass, but at what level? So it is a problem there. Yeah. The point is, from the Islamic point of view, yeah, facts and values are inseparable. Inseparable. Yeah. We've got the reality. It is embodied in the word haq, hakika. Yeah. The reality. But that reality is multi-level, depending on the level of consciousness we are using. So therefore, consciousness is a very important thing when talking about the reality of something. But one more I want to say, today, to this way, there is a divine compensation here now. We converge, especially in the academia. We have colleagues, academic colleagues from the West in different fields, all right? And this is where the Islamic message comes in. Our da'wah, in other words, we have a lot to share with our Western counterparts. Yeah, it's open to us. It's open to us. Actually, many academics in the West want to know also the reality, and to the question of multi-faith perspective, multi-perspective. Precisely, we listen what the other has got to say. So in this kind of world, there's opportunity for TE to be discussed between us and our counterparts in the West. Of course, not in the West now, in China, yeah, in China, India, and so on. So TE opens possibilities of intellectual dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. May we have the second question? Yes, Dr. Shahid.
Assalamu alaikum, dear Prof. Thank you for the presentation, which is timely. I just want to confirm from what we heard from you in your content of Tawhidic epistemology. You told us knowledge of divine unity, knowledge of cosmology, knowledge of anthropology, psychology, natural philosophy, mathematics, and civilization. Am I correct to say that apart from divine unity, the other ones are mundane knowledge? Divine unity, knowledge of Allah, then the remaining cosmology, anthropology, psychology, natural philosophy. Can I classify further into two classifications, divine and mundane? Is it right? Thank you, Prof.
I have problem with mundane. It's mundane. What is mundane? What is the Arabic word for mundane?
Dunyawi.
Dunya? No, that's not. When we translate the dunya into English, this is not mundane. So mundane is more something like a immaterial, little significant. Yeah, mundane. Otherwise, I understand what you want to ask. Yeah, basically, I will say this. First, you the word English, unity, because that is Tawhid is unity. Unity is present everywhere. There is no place where there is no unity. Depends on how you look at it. Unity. So Tawhid is present everywhere. Yes, at the highest level, it is the divine unity. But divine unity manifests itself at lower levels of unity. Yeah. As a consequence of divine unity, you have cosmic unity. And you have lower unity, natural unity, humanity, human unity. Yeah. Actually, every area of study sends the message of unity. That's why our mind, once we want to study anything, we want to integrate that so we have unity, unified worldview. So the quest for unity is a natural quest. Yeah. Our mind has been created by Allah, the One, to study unity, to accept unity. So it doesn't matter what level. At the level of cosmos, even at the level of physical cosmos, yeah, you talk about unity. You talk at the level of a nation, a single life. You want to create unity. Unity is something which will never will leave us, in other words. So it's very important. And what level of unity we are talking about. So even within a particular subject, say psychology, basically it's to understand the unity of the human consciousness, yeah? Unity of the human consciousness. Basically, all different components of the human being is unity. We, as a human person, is a unity. Is a unity. If there is no unity within us, we will be in trouble. So I think that's my response. Basically, Tawhid epistemology permeates every aspect of the universe. exists at every levels, because Allah is present everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Can we have one question from female, our guest, professor and lecturers? Yes, please, Prof.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very, very much, Professor Dato Osman Bakar, for a very enlightening talk about TE. To be honest with you, Prof, this is my first time listening to and getting a real idea of what TE is all about. My question to you is this. As I listen to your presentation, as well as the examples that you gave, you talk a lot about cosmology, etc., etc. Somehow those terms reminds me of philosophy. I don't know whether I'm saying this the right way, but I feel that for TE to be debated, to be discussed thoroughly, and to be comprehended beautifully, example by that example of the glass that you gave just now, all right, I feel that we need to have philosophy. I'm afraid to use the word philosophy here. I don't know whether this is right for me to say this, because philosophy in the current situation all over the world, departments of philosophy have closed down. There's no more discussion about philosophy. It's a no kind of thing. However, I humbly feel that after listening to you, Prof, I feel that we need to bring that back, because it really opens up our mind, or else our life is just it's just the physical world, it's just the industry, it's just, all this material, rather than going into the soul. Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you very much for supporting philosophy. I think humanity needs philosophy. Certainly, we Muslims need philosophy. But of course, philosophy can be defined in so many different ways. Yeah. What is philosophy? You ask 10 people what is philosophy, you will hear 10 different answers. But I go to the basic, the fundamental. All right. Even if philosophy is identified with the Arabic word falsafa, you go to the origin, the origin of the word falsafa. So basically, to the Greek, philosophia, which means the love of wisdom. But when it's mentioned wisdom, well, the Arabic word and then the Quranic word is hikmah. Yeah. So if philosophy is hikmah, how can we reject philosophy? Yeah. It is the root of everything. Philosophy is a special kind of knowledge, if it means hikmah. Yeah. Yes, it's too bad that in Malaysia, philosophy program has not been able to survive. Yeah. The first department of philosophy in Malaysia was at USM. After a few years, it was disbanded. Just simply, I tried to find out why. Why was disbanded? Well, according to many, those who don't agree, why should we study philosophy, only Western philosophy? Why should we study Western philosophy? When after attending this philosophy, we become more doubtful than certain about things. So they say those kinds of philosophy create doubts, not give certitude, yaqeen. I agree. I agree with their view. To study in Islamic philosophy is to attain yaqeen, to be certain, to have certain knowledge, not to be which creates doubt. Yeah. And then of course, when our old campus here was in Putaran Jaya, so the Department of Philosophy was established in again, it couldn't last. Again, why? Reason why? Because it was mainly teaching about modern Western philosophy, about Descartes, about Leibniz, and so on. I see this question. We are an Islamic university. Yes, we must teach Islamic philosophy. Yeah. Because Islamic philosophy, in the real sense of if you understand really, Islamic philosophy is not simply the study of those Muslim peripatetic followers, those followers of Aristotle. Even that we should study them in objective way. But my point is, philosophy is about certain kind of knowledge which is necessary for Islam. One of the definitions of falsafa, of philosophy in Islam, of course, following the Greek tradition. You see, philosophy is the remembrance of death. What was wrong with that? Philosophy is remembrance of death, because the Prophet says, "Remember death." Our religion remember our death. But even most important for us now is this quality of thinking and worried. And worried about the quality of thinking. There's a decline in creative thinking. Just superficial thinking. Just accept whatever ideas. Which no. We need philosophy to counter that kind of situation. We make sure that our philosophy, if we have, will not try to deviate people from the true religion. Only, but falsafa as a supporter of religion, complement to religion. Thank you very much for that. But anyway, we have I've renamed the Department of Usuluddin and Comparative Religion and Philosophy. So at least something there. I should. There's the head of the department there.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Emeritus Datu. Our apologies. Due to time constraints, we will need to conclude the Q&A session at this point. So we truly appreciate your thoughtful engagement. On behalf of AHAS KRKHS, we extend our deepest gratitude to our beloved rector for graciously sharing his valuable time and wisdom with us today. Now, I would like to call upon Professor Dr. Hafiz Zakaria, Dean of AHAS KRKHS, to present a token of appreciation to our Honorable Rector. It is with great pleasure that I invite Professor Emeritus Datu Dr. Usman Bakar to kindly receive the souvenir. Thank you, Prof. Usman and Prof. Hafiz. We kindly invite both professors to now take their seats in the audience. Thank you. Esteemed professors, distinguished guests, members of the Kulliyah, our inaugural session has now come to a close. On behalf of the Kulliyah, we wish to express our deepest gratitude to Honorable Rector, UMC members, and all our academic and administrative colleagues for gracing this occasion with your presence and participation. We also humbly apologize for any shortcomings throughout the session. With that, we officially conclude the inaugural session of the Tawhidic Epistemology Congress 2025. اللهم إنا نسألك علما نافعا وعملا صالحا وقلبا خاشعا ولسانا ذاكرا ووفقنا لما تحب وترضى واجعل هذا المؤتمر باركة في طلب العلم وخدمة الإنسانية. اللهم وفق جميع المحاضرين والمقدمين والمشاركين واجعل جهودهم خالصة لوجهك الكريم ومصدرا للخير والبركة والهداية. اللهم اجعل هذه الكلية مصدرا للخير والهدى والبركة واجعل جامعتنا الإسلامية العالمية منارة للعلم والعدل والحكمة في العالم. اللهم بارك في عمر مديرنا المؤقر وأطل في عمره على الطاعة والصحة والعافية، واحفظ أساتذتنا وعلماءنا وجميع أعضاء الهيئة التدريسية والإدارية، وارزقهم الخير والبركة في أعمارهم وأعمالهم. اللهم اشف مرضانا ومرضى المسلمين، وارحم موتانا وموتى المسلمين، واجعل قبورهم روضة من رياض الجنة. ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم، وتب علينا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم. آمين يا رب العالمين. I would like to respectfully invite all our guests and members to kindly come forward for the group photography session. Please, I mean in the center perhaps. Hey, Brother Ismail, from here. Yes, please. Can we come in the middle, please? Those who are at the back, please, we come at the center, and then I think female can be here, inshallah.
What is this?
Is it okay? Dr. Abdul Rahman will be excluded from the photo, I think.
Everyone, all right. Okay, attention, center, smile, everyone. Yeah, thumbs up, everyone.
We would like to invite all our distinguished guests and members of the Kulliyah to enjoy refreshments provided outside the hall. We look forward to see you again in next session, inshallah. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
I just tried.
Tak tahu, dia orang punya susunan ada duduk depan lagi tak tak. Gambar lagi start.
Oh my God. Some of the other percentages are not given, okay? Yeah. Yeah. But then because they are handling clients. But leave this, leave this, I can see who's presenting.
I'll just start. I'll just start now.
Shall we start? Assalamualaikum. Very good morning. Can we, I think, just assemble a little bit closer? We'd like to start the sessions because we're actually a bit short of time. All right. Again, thank you for rejoining us. At the Tawhidic Epistemology Congress 2025 session will be held by Department of English Language and Literature. And just would like to make a couple of announcements here. We are going to have 3 different moderators moderating different sessions, and each moderator is actually handling multiple sessions. Now, we're not going to have the Q&A immediately after each session. The Q&A will actually be held at the end after we have done all the presentations in the interest of time, just to keep to the time. And also our dear head of department will not be giving a welcoming address because we've already had, I think, enough welcoming addresses this morning. Inshallah, if time permits, she will say something at the end of the session. So without further ado, I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Adlina Arifin to be the moderator for the first few sessions. And there's actually going to be a slight change of the sessions by request. Our 4th session, which is the session by Dr. Raihan Rosman and Dr. Ahmad Akram Muhammad Rabi, will be the first session this morning. So I'd like to invite Dr. Adlina now to introduce the speakers and to moderate the session. Thank you very much.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My respected colleagues and students, Alhamdulillah. So we're going to begin the first session, for our Tawhidic Epistemology Congress. And I'm going to be moderating 3 sessions today. We're going to begin with Dr. Raihan Rosman, followed by Dr. Nurul Jannah and Dr. Wan Nur Madiha. And then the last presenter for my session will be Associate Professor Dr. Ainul Azmin. I'm not going to waste much time. Time is very envious of us. Without further ado, I would like to call upon Dr. Raihan Rosman to give a talk on her book, Courtship and Marriage Through a Tawhidic Lens, Reading Love in a Headscarf. Wow. All right. Yeah, the floor is yours, dear. All right. All right.
Can I use that mic? Okay, Assalamualaikum. I'm Raihan, and today's topic is courtship and marriage through a Tawhidic lens, a reading of love in a headscarf. Okay. All right. If I stand here, you can't see me, but okay. So it was first published by Aurum Press in 2009, then republished by Beacon Press. It's a Muslim narrative, so it's a life writing text. It's written in a direct style, so it allows the author to make statements that matches her own experience as a second generation British Muslim. Okay, so the rationale and contribution, why is this chapter is important in the context of TE and how it adds value to the field and addresses ummatic and contemporary issues. Firstly, because it explores female experiences, particularly courtship and marriage, in approaching love and marriage within the Muslim diasporic communities. Secondly, it distinguishes between practices that derive from Muslim cultures and Islamic epistemology. And thirdly, it successfully illustrates that Muslim women are capable in adopting an Islamic identity in today's world, in Britain and elsewhere. Okay, so I think I'll skip some parts of the theoretical framework because of time, but what we mean by Tawhidic lens is actually prioritizing one's Muslim identity as the primary signifier in all aspects of life. So Tawhidic lens is actually an Islamic paradigm where teachings and practices from the Quran, Hadith, Sirah, and Islamic jurisprudence are the main premise of this literary exploration. So this is the structure of the chapter. I will look at the concepts of love according to Islamic paradigm, Quran, Hadith, Sirah of Khadija, Safura, and Hajar. Also Islamic jurisprudence, there is a reference to Al-Ghazali's Book of Marriage. Okay, and also before looking at the themes and issues about love and marriage, we're going to look at the genre first, okay, because this is a live writing text, so the nature is different. The usage of I could be considered as revealing or creating identity or somehow creating propaganda. So there is, of course, some space of negotiations there. And then looking into how courtship and marriage explored in Love in a Headscarf. Okay, so one of the examples, I mean, the very starting point of the novel, it's not just about love and marriage, basically. There are things about societal expectations, about education, about how a woman cannot go hiking and things like that, and how Shalina actually uses the story of hiking the cave of Hira. Okay, but this particular chapter solely focuses on marriage and courtship. And this is the list. It's actually a list in the novel where the writer actually lists out from her buxom auntie's rules. So it's been repeatedly used as it's a buxom auntie's rules all over the text. So the first one, a third party has to be involved in a marriage. Secondly, arrange a meeting after inquiries have been answered. Thirdly, first moves must come from the boy's side and the girls have to remain silent to avoid being called desperate. Fourthly, the girl must be younger, the girl should be shorter even after wearing heels, the girl must be less educated, the boy's family must be wealthier, the girl should be paler, the girl must be homely and domesticated, the girl has to be well-mannered, religious, and from a good family. So if you look at the list, I don't think we can consider all of them as Islamic. Some of them are very, very cultural and some of them are very, very problematic as well, because this is what are expected from a woman, but not from a man. Okay, so key arguments when we look at the list, of course, there are a list of Quranic verses, especially from Surah An-Nisa, speaking about marriage, speaking about polygamy, speaking about divorce as well. But what interesting in Love in a Headscarf is that the author uses a sirah, right? So it seems she, Safura, was open with her family and that in such a setting, there was also no embarrassment in a daughter suggesting to a father that she has special interest in a particular man. Perhaps convey her clique to her father, Moses, or Prophet Musa, is invited to meet her family so he can be properly evaluated. Fast forward, Safura and Moses are married. So this is a sirah and it's a valid sirah. And of course, when looking back at the whole list, women should not just, stay and cannot initiate the first move and things like that. If you are interested, you can approach Islamically, of course, with your wali as well. 5 minutes left. All right. So I think I'll skip the status of women. I mean, it's interesting how there are 10 problematic elements in the Baksamanti rules, but then Shalina also bring us or redirect us to the story of Hajar and Prophet Ismail. And also this whole thing about pilgrimage, Umrah and Hajj, how the fact that it was a woman's footsteps that Muslims had to follow been overlooked in giving Muslim women their rightful elevated status. The cultures of many Muslims chose to ignore the obvious facts and pretend that Muslim women should be weak, subservient, and oppressed. Here, in front of our eyes, around the Kaaba and walking between Safa and Marwa, it was most obvious that women were the highest ranking. What has gone wrong? Okay, so I guess my third point is on education. This whole thing about education and the Muslim culture, people tend to see Muslim women somehow oppressed or not allowed to go further, like elevated status in terms of education, go higher up and things like that. But it's actually the Muslim culture, some Muslim cultures. Okay, like the very first one, I know I have 5 minutes left, but the first one, the aunties have gone so far as to say that I must not study a master's or, heaven forbid, a PhD, because nobody will want to marry me. Then I will have only myself to blame. Nobody wants a girl who is educated. What you need a master's for? To clean the kitchen? I don't know. Masters of making roti and biryani, they both cackle with their revel-laden pan-tinted voices. So these are aunties who are supposed to support women, to support younger generation, to seek knowledge. And the second one is coming from a Muslim man that she came around. Whose books are all those, he asked, in what I thought wonderment and awe. I smiled conceitedly. They are all mine, I boasted. He turned and looked at me witheringly and said, I hate books. I hate all books. I never ever read, and I don't like people who like books. So this is another example of a problematic Muslim culture, I would say. It's not Islam, it's not the religion, it's the ones practicing the religion. Okay, so as a conclusion, Love in a Headscarf utilizes Islamic epistemology to debunk strongholds of colonialism and Muslim culture like forced marriage, arranged marriage, women must be lesser than men, referring to the Buxom Aunties rules. It is possible to adopt an Islamic identity as one's primary signifier despite living in the West. Halal love marriage is achievable. It is the responsibility of Muslims themselves to approach love and marriage in accordance with Islamic teachings. Okay, thank you. I would like to thank the Dean, Prof. Hafiz, for this initiation, and of course, the Head of Research, Dr. Rabiatul Adawiyah. And I also accept any comments and suggestions as well, because this is a work in progress. All right, thank you. Assalamualaikum.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Rahan, for a very, I would say, critical analysis of how society perceives women. The fact that you shouldn't have masters or PhD or shouldn't read books, that really like me. Okay, anyway, thank you, Rahan, for a very wonderful beginning for the session. Okay, the next presenters would be, I would like to invite Dr. Nurul Jannah and Dr. Wan Nur Madiha to present their book regarding, the title is Quranic Guiding Principles for Literary Engagement, a Tawhidic Approach to English Poetry. All right, from novel to poetry, please.
Bismillah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Innal hamdalillah nahmaduhu wa nasta'inuhu wa nastaghfiruhu wa na'udzu billahi min shururi anfusina wa min sayyiati a'malina. Man yahdihillahu fala mudilla lahu wa man yudlil fala hadiya lahu. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan 'abduhu wa rasuluhu, amma ba'd. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, basically our title is Quranic Guiding Principles for Literary Engagement, a Tawhidic Approach to English Poetry. Okay. English poetry is widely taught in Muslim majority countries. Some canonical poems reflect philosophical assumptions that contradict to Islamic beliefs. This study basically introduced a Tawhidic literary engagement framework to guide ethical and spiritual reading. It proposed the Nur framework for literary engagement and the Tawhidic framework as a reference. Basically, we are actually proposing a new framework to deal with poetry. Okay, let me explain briefly about what is actually Nur framework. We recommend reversing the Enlightenment metaphor, which is Nur framework. Literature should not be imagined as the light that dispels the supposed darkness of Islam. Instead, Islam should be seen as the radiant source of light, which is Nur, with literary engagement serving as the prism through which that light is refracted. From this prism emerge a spectrum of interpretations and responses, each color revealing a distinct mode of engagement with text, yet every shade, every variation remains firmly rooted in the divine din. This approach affirms a harmony between Islam and literary engagement in which revelation provides illumination and literature reflects it into manifold expressions. Okay. While rational and contribution, contemporary literary studies are built on theories that oppose Islamic metaphysics. Basically, this is Al-Faruqi, the one who argues, without Quranic-based moral education, students may become vulnerable to negative influences and values contrary to Islamic teachings. This framework offers Quran-based reading principles. It contributes to strengthening Islamic identity and values in education. While our structure of the chapter begins with a review highlighting the gap between Islamic worldview and English poetry. It presents a Nur framework. Basically, we use this framework for another 2 attempts, for science and technology, for recombinant collagen-like protein for our TRGS, as well as for microbial field cell. And we feel that this Tawhidic epistemology, rooted from Tawhidic epistemology, the child, the daughter of TE, is Nur framework, which is Islam is the light for every walks of life, even the poetry. Okay, and the analysis covers work by Keats, Eliot, and Thomas. I will not do that. Dr. Mehdi will give the example. It concludes with a pedagogical model and discussion. Okay, these are the 5 principles that we derive from Quran and Hadith, basically. Tawheed, the first principle, which is Tawhid, epistemology. All meaning must be centered on Allah. The second one, Tadabbur. We thus are called to reflect deeply. Adab, akhlaq, ethical discipline ensures proper engagement. Fitrah, the soul naturally inclines toward truth and beauty. I'tibar, i'tibar. We thus must extract insight even from texts that oppose Islam. Because if we read the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, al-hikmatu dhallatul mu'min anna wajadaha fahuwa ahaqqu biha. Hikmah, wisdom, is the lost treasure of a mu'min. Wherever we find it, we deserve to have it, okay, because it's ours. This is actually the general part of Tawhidic reflection. I don't want to touch about it because Dr. Mehdi will touch about it. This is the stages, okay, of reading the poetry. Number 1, the reading stage, the thematic mapping stage, the critical evaluation stage, and the reflection stage. These are all based on the 5 principles of Quranic guiding principles of literary engagement. Okay, I give the mic to Dr. Mehdi to give the example.
All right, Assalamualaikum everyone. So I'll be continuing from what Dr. Jana has said. So can we please go to Appendix B? Now, I know there are 3 poems that we want to look at in the chapter, but in the interest of time, we'll only be looking at Ode to a Nightingale by John Keats. And I'll make it very brief because this is still a work in progress. It's not a perfect analysis. Now, a bit of context about the poem itself. It is a Romantic era poem. So when you think about the Romantic era in England, we think about a period of time where poets sought transcendence in nature and in imagination. All right. So this is a reaction to the Enlightenment period where rationalism was at the fore or was more prioritized, right? So at the same time, historically, Britain was also undergoing industrialization. So Romanticism is seen as a retreat into the natural and the external. Right. So the context is important to understand what the poem is about. So the poem is a very beautiful poem, one of the great odes that talks about the speaker listening to a nightingale's song, right? And contrast it with timeless beauty, with human suffering and decay. So it is a reflection on permanence, a reflection on human mortality and suffering and so forth, right? But this vision eventually collapses and the speaker is left confused. So the poem is a tug or how should I say this? A pull between mortal suffering and the longing for permanence. Okay. Now, when it comes to the framework, right? So we have 5 principles, but I think Dr. Jana and I have identified 3 for this reading. All right. So first is one thing is that in the poem, mortality is actually acknowledged. So that is a good thing, right? The speaker accepts death, that death is inevitable. So this is tadabbur, all right? And this is consistent with Tawhidic perspective, all right? It's just that in his grief about death and so forth, right? He thinks about it in a he longs for beauty, and beauty is seen as something that is more permanent. All right. Now, the second point is that the poem also talks about longing for transcendence. So transcendence here means existence beyond the material world. All right. And this obviously reflects the fitrah part of humanity, the longing for the eternal. The issue with the poem is that the poet fails to link this to God's eternal nature. So it is limited to just beauty of the natural world, inspired by the natural world. But the beauty of God is more everlasting. So there's a disconnect there. All right. So this reflects that this is under Tawhid. All right. And thirdly, not here. I think I'm going to make a few adjustments. Also, the poem also talks about nature as science, as sign. So the Nightingale song reflects the Quranic teachings that the creation is full of signs. And I think the rector just now mentioned something along those lines, right? So the speaker sees beauty, but he doesn't see its divine source. So that is one of the limitations that we see in the poem. Now, also, is also this idea of aesthetic salvation, right? The speaker elevates art and imagination as redemptive, right? But at risk of using it as a replacement for God's mercy and solace. So that's one of the things that we are looking at in the poem. I'm not sure how much time I have left. Do I have time left? All right, okay. So I'm gonna, since we have 1 more minute left, I'm gonna give back the mic to.
Use this mic or not? That mic. 1 minute. Okay, the Tawhidic and Nur framework for literary engagement restore harmony between poetry and Islamic belief. I should read because it takes time if I explain. Both frameworks enable students and educators to practice critical, ethical, and spiritual reading. 3, the third one, future studies can expand this model to novels, drama, and creative writing. We are reminded that whatever our specialization, our ultimate mission is what? وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسِ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. And also another hadith that should be our spirit. I mean, that encourages us to always be with TE. من سن سنة في الإسلام من سن سنة حسنة في الإسلام فله أجرها وأجر من عمل بها إلى يوم القيامة. Whoever impart or show good example and people follow you, all the rewards will be we will have all the rewards until Yawm al-Qiyamah. So we have to show the good sunnah, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you.
Subhanallah, mashallah, Nur framework. Please finish the chapter as quickly as possible. You know, I think I can't wait to read this Nur framework. And I think most importantly, after this has been completed, we need to embed this in our courses. I think it's very, very important. It's very enlightening, definitely. Subhanallah, mashallah. Okay, now, the last presenter for my session, I would like to call upon Associate Professor Dr. Ainul Azmin. All right, she will be presenting her chapter on tense and expect in English. Sorry. I got the wrong. Okay, Islamization of the translation of Islamic terms into English, which is problematic in the light of cognitive epistemology. Yes, without further ado, please, Dr. Ainul. Right. Do you want this? Yes. Okay, sure.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you so much, Associate Professor Dr. Adlina. Just a bit of the disclaimer before I begin. Yes, I am actually the co-author, co-researcher with Prof. Asim for this particular topic. Unfortunately, Prof. Asim is not here today. Okay, thank you. Because he just had an operation, a thyroid operation over the weekend. So this is really a bidan terjun kind of job this morning. All right. But Alhamdulillah, I think it's such a privilege to be back with everybody. Yeah, because I'm on sabbatical actually. All right. So the title is Islamization of the Translation of Islamic Terms into English in the Light of Cognitive Epistemology. Who is the timekeeper, by the way? Okay. Okay. All right, let me just go to the first slide. Okay, the Arabic language flourished during the golden age of Islamic civilization, serving as the primary medium for knowledge, science, and culture. And this linguistic dominance was part of a broader epistemological effort to Islamize knowledge, particularly through the translation movement in the society. Central to this process was the translation of Islamic terms into Arabic, facilitating the dissemination of Islamic knowledge. And in the modern era, however, with the decline of Arabic's dominance due to colonial influence, there is a renewed interest in translating Islamic concepts into English, seeking to preserve and propagate Islamic epistemological perspective within a global lingua franca. What is all this? Okay. Now, what does it mean by this abstract? Now, we know about translation and we often come across translated terminologies, vocabularies, terms between Arabic and English, and also, English to Arabic, and even now to Bahasa Melayu, for us over here. So this is what the study is focusing on. All right, how well have we been doing it? Yeah, how accurate are the translations being done? What are the processes involved? Yeah, so this is what Prof. Asim is very interested in, and I think I'm also trying to contribute in terms of the linguistic aspect of the English language. All right, it's it's like I say, it's a privilege working with Prof. Asim, because he is a native speaker of Arabic, although I'm not a native speaker of English. All right, so Alhamdulillah. Okay, so this is the crux of the matter. The study looks at how Islamic terms are translated into English and how the translation process can be imposed or corrected or can be done in a better and more accurate manner. Okay, and in doing so, we are trying to preserve the original Islamic meaning. If I can just give you a simple example, the word salat, all right? To put it very simply, it means prayer, But does the word prayer actually give you the actual essence of what we are doing, all right? In terms of the fiqh, all right? Prayer can be just putting, your two hands together, all right? But when we say the word salat, it gives you a different connotation, And if you want to take it another level, even for us here in the Nusantara region, we don't, for Bahasa Melayu, for example, we don't even spell the word salah as S-A-L-A-H, because in Bahasa Melayu, S-A-L-A-H means wrong, all right? So literally, it doesn't accurately, give the correct meaning, all right? So this is where I think we would like to see and analyze how things are done when it comes to the translation. Okay. How many minutes? Okay. So the analysis. The study examines the process of translating Islamic terms into English through the lens of cognitive epistemology, and more specifically, the Islamic cognitive epistemology. It explores how translation strategies can reflect Islamic epistemic principles, ensuring that the integrity and depth of the Islamic knowledge are maintained, and the discussion will emphasize the developing methodologies rooted in Islamic cognitive frameworks to adapt linguistic tools and pedagogical approaches for translating Islamic terms accurately and meaningfully into English. Therefore, supporting the Islamization of knowledge in a multilingual context. I've spoken to Prof. Asim about this in terms of the analysis and the framework that we should be using. Of course, this is a work in progress. We are looking at the potential framework. We are looking at the framework by Ismail Faruqi. Yeah, I think in his book, Islamization of English has a lot to offer, yeah, for this study. So this is the source of information, all right, how the study came about, looking into the problem statement. I don't want to read this. Okay, now what do we hope to get from this research? This research will identify effective strategies for translating Islamic terms into English that align with Islamic epistemological principles, address challenges in conveying Islamic concepts across languages, and also explore the cognitive implications of such translations for knowledge transfer and understanding within Islamic communities. A lot have been done. Yeah, we all know when it comes to translation work, a lot has been done, but we would like to see what works and what doesn't. Yeah, and so we want to learn from all that. Like I said just now, yeah, even for the Malay archipelago, we have differences in terms of the way we pronounce certain terminologies, all right? Why are we different from Indonesia, for example? Yeah, we are all Muslims, basically the same religion, but why are all these terminologies different from each other? Okay, I think we have another slide. Is there any other slide? Okay, so this research advances the ongoing discourse on reconciling Western knowledge systems with Islamic epistemology, and it offers insights into how English, which is widely regarded as the global lingua franca, can be integrated within an Islamic cognitive framework. The study aims to foster a deeper understanding of the epistemological foundation essential for authentic knowledge transfer and development within Muslim communities. So this will be the contribution, yeah, for this study. Maybe one last slide. Okay, these are the keywords and another slide. I think this is the example Prof. Asim would like to share. The word prayer just now, yeah. The Islamic or the Arabic word would be salat, all right. In the dictionary of Islamic terms, it appears in its Arabic pronunciation in Islamic law. We even have to look at it in terms of singular form and also plural form, yeah? The jama' as well. Yeah, so that's salat, and also in the plural form, salawat, right? To Islamize the term. So its meaning is then elaborated as follows. So we may find maybe dictionaries to explain, yeah, meanings of words, explanation of words. Prayer is the second of the 5 pillars of Islam, a devotional act in which every Muslim is required to submit to Allah at least 5 times a day. And in the explanation, all the 5 daily prayers are mentioned, yeah, Fajr, Zuhur, Asr, Maghrib, and Isha. Now, if we look closely, even at the way the terminologies are spelled, there are many variations. Yeah, the word Fajr, if we go back to our Bahasa Melayu, what does that refer to? It's not even about prayers, right? Fajr, right? It's morning, yeah. But in English or in other languages, the word Fajr can be the solat itself. Yeah, solat subuh. For us, maybe for the Malays, we say solat subuh, yeah, or solat fajar. And fajar here becomes an adjective instead of a noun. Yeah, so these are the linguistic aspects that we hope to analyze to better comprehend what others have done and maybe help to propose a more effective, a more accurate way of making the translation work. Not just for us Muslims, but also others who are interested in understanding the fiqh of our religion, Islam. Yeah, thank you so much. 1 minute. Okay.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. Okay, definitely, we really look forward to your chapter as well on the effective strategies on translation of Arabic words into English. I think which has always been problematic, as we know it, right? Okay, with that, I end my session as the moderator. Now I would like to pass the floor to the MC, Dr. Tanya. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Associate Prof. Dr. Adlina Arifin, for kindly moderating the session. Now, we'd like to move on to the next session, and I believe that Dr. Ainul, Associate Professor Dr. Ainul Azmin, you are the next moderator, so you can just stay in front there.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. All right. I think we've already had the first three presentations, so it's my turn now to help with the moderation of the next three titles, right? Okay. If I can just go to the schedule that I have here, is Dr. Zaharia, would you be presenting? Prof. Okay, Prof. Salihah first. Okay. Can we have the title for Prof. Salihah? Is it there? Sebab actually Prof was the first, right? Okay. Kat sini. Can we have Prof. Salihah's title? So it's Prof. Salihah and then Dr. Zaria and then Dr. Ruby. Okay. So we'd like to welcome Prof. Salihah. The co-author is Dr. Prof. Mahmudul. Prof, the stage is all yours. You want to go up there? Tekan macam mana? Tekan kat mana? Tekan kat mana? Tekan yang merah ni je. Tekan ni. Ha, yang tu je. Tak nak move. Nak move. Nak move tu left right. Oh ni. Left right.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين أما بعد السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you to AHAS-KI RKHS for the enlightenment of the program. My topic, actually I'm with Professor Dr. Mahmudul Hassan. We are together in this topic, the contrivance of divine thought on Tawhidic epistemology, insight in Arabic grammar and literary thought. It's more on philosophical. Where is Dr. Adlina? Yeah, this is more philosophical. Divine revelation, grammar, and literary thought. This is the basic understanding of the TE for the topics, Tawhidic epistemology. Introduction. Arabic grammar and literary thought reflect divine principles. Study examines Quranic influence on Tawhidic epistemology, analytical approach, philosophical, critical, and linguistics. Visual, flow chart showing revelation, grammar, literary thought. Okay, this is the development of Tawhidic concept I have mentioned in my books. It's already published. The philosophy of Arabic grammar, and I put this diagram in the end appendix in my books. The creation of universe, the creation of man, the period of prophets. Within the period of prophets, we have the scriptures, cuneiforms, such as this is the first Epic Gilgamesh, Code of Hammurabi, Code of Moses. This is all the period of prophets and mentioned by our honorable rector just now. And this is the very important period to move to the next level, which is the scriptures. We know that we have Mushaf. Mushaf is not, is coming from the sky, from the God, but it's not like the Torah Bible, Torah, Injil, Gospel, or Quran or Furqan, and the Zabur, because it's only the Mus'haf. What is the meaning of Mus'haf? It's only about the papers. This is called Mus'haf. And then we have all this one. And then we have sources, Quran. Then inside, actually, we have more inside that. Okay. And then this is, I have planned with myself about this, but will be in my, our paper. Actually, this is first time I have did this, the Tawheed, the authentic concept of Tawheed. We have Tawheed. From the Tawheed, because our topic is concentrate on the Arabic as inside, I just put this in Arabic categories here, classification. But if you look at the bigger picture, you will find a language, society, industry, and so on here. But I put it as a focus to my topic. And then from this, we have Islamic culture and the research. All the research done based on this. And we call Islamization of knowledge is a theory. It's a theory. Objective, understand how Quranic verses inform grammar and literature. Explore grammar as an epistemological tool. Grammar actually is a tool epistemologically. Demonstrate coherence of Islamic knowledge through Tawhidic lens. Tawhidic epistemology definition. Knowledge rooted in the oneness of God, Tawhid, emphasizes unity of knowledge under divine guidance. Quranic was example emphasizing intellect, aql. Al-aql is intellect. Intellect is mind. Intellect is brain. It's not skull. It's not skull. It's intellect is mind. Visual diagram, divine revelation, human intellect, and knowledge. Okay, I just put it. This is mind or intellect, and this is what we call is a knowledge, and this is a theory. Once you have a mind or intellect or akal or brain, you will have a knowledge. How to spark, to impart your knowledge, you must have theory. Without your theory, you cannot spark the knowledge. Actually, I cannot read this. It's too small. But this is the transmissions sources in Islamic studies. The transmission sources in Islamic studies, we have Quran and Hadith. Actually, this is the period of how the Quran revealed to us. The Quran revealed to us with the word of nazala or nuzul al-Quran. Why they not call anzala? What is the difference between nazala and anzala? What is the difference between nuzul and anzal and inzal? What is the difference between them? Nazala is for Quran because they reveal to the Prophet Muhammad SAW in the way of stages. It's not a lump sum. It's not a direct in one time. No, but why Injil and Torah they call in Quran said anzala because no stages, just once. Means Injil and Torah is not thick like Quran. Logically. Okay. Then we look here is a hadith. Both are the primary sources of in Islam. And then we have here both of them revealed to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, and then to the companions, Sahaba. And then we have a thought flows here to the companions, tabi'in. This is called transmitters, and they have a invented link here, questions, created a link. Okay, divine revelation as a source of Islam, of knowledge. Quran as the primary epistemology framework, Arabic language preserves divine precisions, grammar and literature reflects intentionally in revolution, visual highlighted Quranic verse with the key grammar markers later. Okay, this one, such as Quranic phrases, case ending and meaning introductions. In the certain ayah, this is the ayah, Rasuluhu, rafa. In nominative, in noun. Either it become fa'il or other it become mubtada. Rasulahu, nasab, called accusative. Accusative either it become maf'ulun bih or become isim inna or khabar kana. And we call meaning here, meaning of the nominative subject confirms prophet's rule. Prophet's rule. Either Rasulahu objects alters rule in context. These are the big difference. Okay, now we go to Arabic grammar and Tawhidic thought. Grammar ensures clarity of meaning and semantic accuracy, concepts, key concepts, case ending. What is the case ending? Dhammah, rafa, nasab, jar. Rafa bi, dhammah bi, rafa bi dhammah. Nasab, mansub bi, bil fathah. Jar, bil kasrah. Synthetic governance, amil. What is the meaning of synthetic governance? Means somebody or something who changed the rule of case ending. Like say I said, Inna Muhammadan Rasulun. But if you say Kana Muhammadun Rasulan, what is the difference? The synthetic governance. This synthetic governance, the rule of amil. Eloquence, mean balagha, means if you say there is a lot of expression you can do it in the concept of balagha. Visual table of case ending with example meanings changes. Okay, this is a lot. I cannot read all, but this is I will put in the books. Choosers of short, or they cannot read this. But I will put it later in the books, okay? Literary thought and divine insight. Eloquence, Al-Jurjani, okay, mirrors divine coherence. Al-Jurjani theory of Nazam, words harmonized to convey meaning. This is the important in the study of Arabic. Literature interrogates rationality and revolution. Visual flowchart connecting grammar, okay, meaning, literary, this one. I also cannot deliberate here because the time. The important thing is intellect or mind here, and you will find logic, eloquence, and deep structure here, reflex to build the theory, and the philosophical and analytical approach interrogates conceptual impact of Quranic verses on language, critical philosophy and linguistic thought methods, reveal interconnection, revelation, grammar, literary thought, visual Venn diagram, okay. Letter. Key argument, Arabic grammar and literary thought are shaped by Tawhidic worldwide, not merely technical, sciences, they embody epistemology. Quranic principles are integral to linguistic and literary structure. Flowchart, grammar, okay. Semantic precious as divine insight. Precision. Okay, sorry. Minor phonetic changes, vowel and case ending, alter meaning. Grammar functions as a safeguard of divine intent. Example, Quranic verse demonstrating case shift meaning. Okay. Tawhidic unity in knowledge. Knowledge is interconnected under divine oneness. Grammar and literary thought reflect epistemological unity. Tawhid as root, Islamic sciences and branches. This one. I think you have mentioned later. Okay. This one. Okay. So this is the positive and negative will affect to the enroll or unenroll the philosophy, the ETE. Orientalism, I think this is a very important part. Orientalism and Islamic responses. Edward Said said Orientalism frame Western critics of Islam misunderstood internal coherence of Arabic grammar and literature that you said before, Salah and Salat. Okay. Okay, last, this is, okay, Sibawayh, Ibn Jini, this is all Arabic, and about their kitabs, synthesized, okay. This is Orientalist, Nedelka, Goldziher, and such as, but refuted by Al-Azami, Muntaha Sebai, and Shajins. What is next? This is the point out. And implication of Islamic source, sciences, okay. This is the words, and then conclusion. Grammar and literary thought reflect divine wisdoms and epistemology. Study them through Tawhidic epistemology, reveals coherence and depth, integrates revelation, language, intellect in Islamic scholarship. This is the analysis of all mentioned before. Classical Arabic grammar and modern framework. This is passing, judging, deriving, ethical. And this one is modern one, they call breaking, assessing evidence, logical deductions, and metacognitions and self-regressions. The references, APS style, and that's all. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much, Prof. Soleha. I'm not sure if Prof. Mahmud is here also with us today. No. No, he's not here. Okay. All right. We shall continue with the next presenter, Associate Professor Dr. Zahra Pilus, Dr. Siti Afifa, and also Dr. Sophia Shamsuddin. The title is on Tense and Aspect in English and Malay, a descriptive study with Tawhidic insights.
You can see. So you're going to move the insert? Oh, yes, 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 please. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I feel so small being here because the topics you have listened to today, they're very grand projects, like translation, philosophy. So we're looking at a very small part of language on tense and aspect in relation to time, right? Okay. So we are the three of us in this, contributed to this paper. Myself, Zaharia, Dr. Siti Afifa, and Dr. Sophia. Oh, Alhamdulillah. So I got someone who can answer any questions, inshallah. Okay. The aim of this paper, there are three main aims: to compare the cultural conceptualization of time in Malay culture, and including the influence of the Islamic worldview, to compare that with Western culture, the concept of time, and to compare the grammaticalization of the temporal systems in English and Malay in relation to this, how we perceive time, and also to examine the use of tense forms in English from some other perspectives, pragmatics, other than the basic understanding that the past is in the past, the present is now, the basic ideas about tenses. Now, there are some questions given by the kuliah, I don't know who, maybe Dr. Ruby, that actually, we have to think about this, right? So we tried to think about why this chapter is important. Okay. So we're trying to contribute to this by saying that we have some insights into the Islamic concepts related to time, at least. Yeah, it's very at the surface level at the moment. Okay, and actually the main motivations is our students. Because like when we talk about tenses, for example, they may refer to whatever is in the text, and we say that maybe you can do something else and compare it to the Malay language. And then they may come and say, oh, the Malay language, there's no tense, or they will say that, in the Malay language, the past tense, you will use the word telah, and that's it. Okay. So I've been thinking and then discussed with Dr. Afifa as well, because she is into this topic as well, and I thought we could do something about it. It's more like we try it first and see whether our students can be more critical about whatever we do in class. Like one of the things being said by our Honorable Rector this morning, shaping a Tawhidic mind. So hopefully we can contribute in that way. Okay, so the contributions. So now we have to answer the contributions, okay? So the question on contributions, so we hope that first we look at Islam and see how Islam perceives time. I know it's a very, in-depth study should be, but ours is still at the beginning, we're just learning. And the second one is we try to put together areas that have not been explored in terms of students' problems, when either in a language class or linguistic class, when they want to understand time, tenses, aspect, what do they mean, right? So normally, most analysis, I think, have been on the very basic functions or the semantic meaning of tenses and then the forms themselves. I know they don't have enough space to go beyond that. Okay, so we try to put together two areas. One is about the difference in how we perceive time. The other one is on the meaning of these forms, because not just the meaning of past or present, but there could be other meaning related to the forms. Okay, the structure. Very small, yeah? Okay, small to me. Okay, there should be 6 subtopics. So we're going to focus on 2, 3, 4, and 5, excluding the introduction and conclusion. Okay. Okay, first, the first 2, I'm going to put them together here, some insights, yeah? We don't have arguments at the moment, so we have insights, okay? So hopefully we'll come up with some arguments later, but first to look at the concept, Western concept of time and its reflection in English language, and subheading 3, the concept of time in Malay culture and the reflection in the Malay temporal systems, okay? We're trying to make this association. So, for example, if you look at the literature on time, okay, there are 2 traditional classifications of time, the culture, okay, the clock time culture and the socially constructed time culture. Okay, English has been claimed. Actually, when we read the literature on time, okay, they have claimed that English is a clock time culture. Now, I've not discovered yet a study saying that Malay is the other type of culture, but we assume that it fits into that category because the Asian culture normally is a socially constructed time culture. Okay, so the Western culture views time as linear and objective. And time can be quantified, sort of, because we're very concerned. I mean, they can be very concerned, like, at what time do you come in for work, right? At what time do you arrive at the class? Okay, and emphasis on punctuality as well. So you have expression like around the clock, for example, we work around the clock, okay? So English, if you compare, you see the English system has a very rigid temporal systems, and we are required to be precise of the time. So we have to make sure that as a learner, myself is still a learner, that we are accurate in using the right tense and aspect. Okay, and I still have a problem, right? One of the reasons this topic becomes interesting to me is that I still have a problem trying to figure out, is this in the past, is this in the present, when we write a paper, right? So it has a very rigid system that requires precision, but AI helps a lot these days. In terms of figuring if you miss the ED or something like that, alhamdulillah, okay? So for the Malay culture, it's basically socially constructed time-based. That means it's a bit more subjective for us. It's situational, right? Emphasis is placed on specific activities within the society, and this shapes the individual as well as the society as a whole. I think we can relate to this, right? So there's great emphasis on social interaction. I can understand that, because if you go into a meeting and you see a good friend or you need to talk to someone for a while, it's okay, just a few minutes, that's the culture for us, a bit flexible in terms of how we understand time, right? So the expressions like sekejap je, right, for a while, just for a while, but it may take longer than what we expect. All right, that happens a lot, right? Sometimes it's okay, 2 minutes before I get into the meeting room. Yeah, always maybe. On the way, yes, this one, because this one becomes a joke in my class. Because sometimes when the student is late, especially for a presentation, and we say, on the way? Is she on the way? So the idea is you're already late, but you want to make it feel like you're on the way, it's progressing, right? So you're using some aspect, it's not the tense itself, like, now I'm here, but I'm on the way. It's progressing. So it has not completed yet. So that's fine, right, for us. So Malay has a more flexible temporal system. If you look at it, I don't know if we want to call it, I don't want yet to really conclude that Malay doesn't have a tense system, but some scholars have said that it's tenseless, meaning no tense, right? But then it's, of course, as a speaker of the Malay language, I want to defend it by saying that we are rich enough to know about time. It's just the way we perceive it. And the way we look at time, we're a bit more flexible. It's not like we're either there or here. We are like, we choose certain things and we want to be flexible with certain time frame. But some other times very important, especially in Islam, right? Okay. So the contribution of Islamic concept, it's a very hard one. I tried to discuss with Dr. Sophia. Dr. Sophia also trying to understand what I'm looking at. So we're still discussing later, okay? So this is a very superficial one at the moment, because we know there are verses in the Quran which always remind us of time, right? Time is finite, okay? For us, the believers, the Muslims, we know that time is finite, it's short. That's why I would say in a class with the students, if you think about time, it's just this particular second as I'm speaking. 1 second after that, it's already the past. Okay. Okay, maybe I'll just finish this, that because if from the Quran, we are taught about values, time, rituals, right? You perform your salah and all that. So we have, this is reflected in the Malay language as well. For example, come over after Zuhur. So we don't need necessarily to say come at 3 p.m. Right, come over after Zuhur. It's very flexible time frame given. Okay, I should give some time to Dr. Afifah. So the next subhead, yeah, you can talk about the next subheading on English forms other than the meaning of past or present. Okay? Okay.
Assalamualaikum. Right. Okay. Okay, so apart from not having the same temporal system as in English, okay, Malay ESL speakers also could encounter difficulties in applying English tenses due to the other meaning associated with tenses. Okay, so what does that mean? Okay, actually, okay, we can always find past form, okay, present forms used in past contexts as well as past forms, okay, past tense used in non-past context or present context. Okay, so if we talk about the use of present form in past context, okay, or in the future context, sorry, perhaps we would have this example such as, okay, I am coming to the meeting tomorrow. Okay, so perhaps some people might say that, okay, why not we use will? Okay, why are you using I am coming? Okay, actually, there's a difference between these two. The moment we choose I am coming to the meeting tomorrow, okay, even though it looks like a future event, but it's like it's a more well planned. Okay, so it's highly factual. Okay, it's true that we are coming to the meeting. Okay, and then the use of past tense, okay, past form in non-past context. Okay, so usually language users of English, okay, they would use these past forms, okay, to express some level of politeness. Okay, so that's why, okay, if you can see, okay, how do I move? Okay, how do I move to the next one? Okay, I wondered now, okay. Okay, I wonder if you could help me. Okay, the same goes when we have another verb phrase. I was wondering if you could help me. Okay, so when the moment we use past form, okay, in non-past context, actually we do not mean to indicate a past event or a past message. Actually, we would like to sound a little bit more polite. Okay, why do we want to be more polite? Because we would like to achieve a certain communicative goal. Okay, so you just imagine if we use wonder. Okay, I am wondering, or I wonder if you could help me, or I wonder if you can help me. So perhaps the sense of politeness may not be there, may not be there. So people would feel that you are forced, okay, to do that. Okay, the same goes with when we use past form models in non-past context. Okay, could you help me with this? Okay, compared to the use of can, So could here will increase the chances for us to be helped. Okay. All right. Okay. So okay, let me go to the conclusion part. Okay. So when it comes to the concept of politeness, perhaps our Malay ESL learners can relate it, because in Islam we are also encouraged to stay polite, okay, when we would like to make requests. So I think that is something that, we could think of as of now. Perhaps what we need to do now is to read more on the concept of politeness so that we can elaborate more, okay, from the Islamic point of view. Okay. All right. Okay, so students need explicit guidance on the pragmatic use of tense forms in English, which are often shaped by cultural expectations that may or may not align with those of their L1 and Islamic culture. Addressing these complexities is essential for educators, researchers, and learners alike, as it enables more holistic understanding of certain language acquisition and fosters more effective approaches to teaching and learning. Okay, so this is about our book chapter. So we welcome feedback from all of you, okay, so that we can write one paper on this. Okay, we are still reading. Thank you so much. Okay,
Thank you, Dr. Afifa, Dr. Zaharia. All right. Okay. Moving on to the next presentation. I believe this is another philosophical paper, just like Dr. No? Okay, so Dr. Rabiatul Adawiyah as well as Professor Dr. Muhammad Al-Tahir Misawi. Yeah, so the title for their presentation is Decolonizing Multilingualism, a Quranic Framework for Resisting Linguistic Hegemony.
All right, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, so all right. So I am Rabita Adawiyah, or Ruby, as you know me, and my co-author, Alhamdulillah, Prof. Tahir Al-Misawi. So before I begin with the topic, Decolonizing Multilingualism, a Quranic Framework for Resisting Linguistic Hegemony. So very mouthful, to say. Okay, let's just start with one question. Who among us here is a monolingual? Meaning here, as you listen to me now, you are only speaking one language, which is only English. None. Prof. Tahir speaks 20. Dr. Tunku, how many languages? 3, 4, 5, I don't know. So being here in Malaysia, being in the hall now, being in Asia, we are naturally in a multilingual environment. All right. So multilingualism, as beautiful as it sounds, because we live in the world, there are also a Tawhidic part, a lot of tests. So it's not as beautiful as it is. It has challenges. So one of the challenges that we are going to address is linguistic hegemony, which is what we go to the key terms. Some of the key terms in this discussion would be decolonizing. What is decolonizing? It's a process of actively resisting decolonization, mental and the cultural effects of mental and cultural effects of colonialism. Or in other words, which I did not include here, is coloniality. So colonialism is the period of British administration. It had ended. We celebrated our Merdeka recently. But the effect of that is enduring until now. So that one we call coloniality. So here we want to decolonize to reclaim our authentic identity. All right. Number 2, the term multilingualism, as I established just now, we are all multilinguals. Right? The ability to understand or use multiple languages. So here, some people, they have this idea that you can only become a multilingual if you speak 2 or more languages. Actually, the definition is very lax in a way that there are some people, I think you can think of people who understand all languages in Malaysia, but they only speak 1 or 2. Maybe they speak only 1. For example, they can understand English and Malay, but they only speak Malay. So that one, we also call multilinguals, because the ability of understanding is actually another skill altogether. Let's say if I speak Urdu now, would you understand? Nahi, no. No, you don't know. So you understand? Well, of course, you speak 30 languages, Prof. All right. Okay, so what I'm saying, that's why the definition goes into understanding, because understanding is a skill by itself, right?
Okay, so the third one is the heart of the problem we are addressing, what we call linguistic hegemony or hegemony, if you're following the American English hegemony, but linguistic hegemony, British English. All right, so when we have the problem that we are trying to sort of solve, not solve, but addressing here is in this multilingual society, when there are multiple languages, it is natural that one language would become more dominant. And this is the dominance of one language that creates some kind of power imbalance, right? Okay, so this is what I mentioned. In any multilingual society, one language often becomes more powerful than others, right? So, for example, we cannot, it is why one language becomes more powerful because of political, like us, we come from, we have this post-colonial history. So English, everywhere you go in Malaysia, in urban and rural areas, you speak English, you have that power. All right. So that is one language becomes more powerful than others. Think of it. When these are what I'm saying, this issue, this linguistic hegemony is an external phenomenon actually. However, it is now often internalized. So individuals in that society, they would internalize it and making them feel that speaking one language is better than the other. So I just would like to, if you recall a few years ago, there was this one celebrity who said this, I sound stupid if I speak Malay. So that is actually a false association, associating certain language with some kind of, if I speak English, I appear more intelligent. I speak Malay, I will look more inferior. So this is what we want to actually decolonize our mindset, right? Because how do we break free from this? So hopefully this is the framework we try to come up with. Number one, what we call the Quranic decolonial framework. All right, so our aim to come up with this Quranic decolonial framework, because to challenge the colonial myth, which is, oh my God, 5 minutes. All right, go. Okay, challenge the colonial myth that some languages are superior, reframe our view of language, and empower us, because all of us, we are multilinguals. We have to be proud, actually. And why do I say be proud? Okay, now we have to. So our methodology is tafsir of 2 Quranic verse. So the first one is the verse become the fundamental truth of language. When I say language, it's multilingualism. All right, so let's go to here. And of his signs is the creation of the heavens and the earth, and the diversity of your languages and your colors. Indeed, in that are signs for those of knowledge. All right. For a linguist like myself, this verse is actually very powerful because one, it provides theological validation to resist this colonial hierarchy, meaning all these languages to use the word, the sentence used by the director is signs, ayah of God, all right? And as I mentioned, as a linguist, 1400 years ago, Quran has already mentioned about this multilingualism. When in fact, in speech sciences, they always start with monolingualism. So the idea is reverse already. For speech sciences, they only accept this idea of multilingualism in 2010. So which is quite recent. But Quran has started talking about this, celebrating multilingualism as an integral part of the human experience, right? But not many people know, that's the problem. Right? Okay, so number 2, a very famous ayah, O mankind, another ayah we use to construct this framework. O mankind, we have created you from male and female and made you peoples and tribes that you may know one another. Indeed, the most noble of you in the sight of Allah is the most righteous of you. All right, so this verse reorients human worth towards taqwa only. So we are different, we are diverse, but this diversity does not mean we can place each other in hierarchy, because in this verse, Allah explicitly says we have to learn from one another. The only one that is waliullah is the one righteous, but do we know any? We don't know, right? All right, okay. So the framework, okay, I just want to show the framework in action. Okay, just imagine, a young Muslim professional, the dilemma of Friday night versus malam Jumaat. So this one is connected to Dr. Zaharia's presentation actually. So Friday night, what come to your mind? Friday night. party. Friday night in English, if people say, what are you doing? It's Friday night. It's actually, the youth say, thank God it's Friday, TGIF, it's party, it's being drunk, it's hedonistic lifestyle. Drinking, yes, when they say Friday night, that's the connotations. But reverse that, let's just compare, because linguistically, these two are the same. All right, now we talk about Malam Jumat. What is Malam Jumat? Yasin. Okay, that's good. If you go to rural areas, I asked some of my hometown people, what do you associate with Malam Jumat? Ghosts. Ghosts, yes. In rural areas, ghosts, supernatural entity. So I guess the Yasin is to counter that. I don't know. Because those two exist, right? So here, when we say that, imagine, okay, going back to that metaphor of a Muslim professional. So how this framework help? Number one, by just knowing the verse, Ar-Rum 22, because Allah said all languages are my sign, right? So it's possible. When I said this, people think it's simple. It's possible to value the language, to not reject the language, and just filter the culture. It's possible to do that. You don't have to be English wannabe. You just learn the language. You cannot say, oh, English a kafir language, you cannot learn. No, you can learn, but you have to filter the language. Okay, number two, recenter our worth. So imagine this guy being asked to party. Yeah, he can just say, I cannot because Islamically this is not allowed, all right? Because my worth is with God, not with social acceptance. All right. So here, the outcome, hopefully, it sounds ambitious. Yeah, like we try, right? Academics are always ambitious, right? Okay. The outcome is empowered choice rather than feeling pressured by social acceptance. All right. So I think that's all. The conclusion, I have 2 words to say. Two thoughts. The Quranic decolonial framework that we develop is not a tool for rejection. It's a tool for critical engagement. Is not to isolate ourselves. No, we never want to isolate ourselves, but is a moral compass to help us navigate modernity, especially when it comes to multilingualism, right? And the most profound decolonization happens within the mind. Before we can start educating our community, we have to educate ourselves first, knowing that multilingualism is not wrong. It's just the cultural baggages and the language ideologies that we have to learn to filter through. All right. So, okay, that's the structure of the book chapter. I think that's all. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ruby. Any topic on decolonization is very interesting to explore. All right. That marks the end of my duty as the moderator. I shall happily now pass the baton to Dr. Tanya. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Associate Prof. Dr. Aidil Azmin, for moderating our second session. I believe we are coming towards the end of our session, and I'd like to pass the mic now to Dr. Wana Mahdia, who is going to moderate the final session, and inshallah, she will also be closing.
All right, Assalamualaikum everyone. So I'm Dr. Madin. I'll be moderating the last 2 presentations of this session. Now the penultimate presentation for this session is from Dr. Sharifah Fatimah Al-Zahra, Syed Hussein Alatas, who will be presenting on reflections of fatherhood today, a sociological analysis of stories and lessons of fatherhood in the Quran. So please welcome Dr. Fatimah.
Thank you, Dr. Madhi. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursaleen wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Here I am representing Unity in Diversity. I'm actually not from Del, but I have kindly requested from the chairperson of the program to present today due to other conflicting agendas in this week. So I want to reiterate that as academics, we are ambitious. So ambitiously trying to do this presentation in, is it 10 minutes? Okay. Well, I think I feel robbed of the 5 minutes Dr. Ruby mentioned in the email. So okay, I understand. All right. So what I want to do today is actually with the chapter that we are writing is applying or trying to apply Tawhidic epistemology in the context of sociology. And looking at the concept of fatherhood. So I feel quite fortunate to present towards the later end of the session because number one, Dr. Ruby has already talked about colonialism and coloniality, which will relate to my session as well as Dr. Raihan's earlier session. So maybe before we start, I will start first with asking us some questions to think about when we think about fatherhood. So what do you think makes a good father? So in your mind, what does a good father look like? What is he doing? And working, okay? And then when you think about children expressing their emotions and telling stories about their day or their dreams, who do they talk to about it at home? Maybe their mother? Maybe. Okay. And then if we think about nurturing tasks, whose responsibility do you think that is to nurture a child? Mother. Okay. All right. So how do we think Islam defines roles and responsibilities of a father within the family? Do we have some idea of this? All of us come from some version of a family, right? So we have some understanding in terms of the applied sense of what it is. And then, of course, there are many expectations. When you think about what a good father is, that is the social expectation, what a father should be. And then also think about, maybe we have men in this room, also brothers, what kind of socialization process prepared you to become a father or is preparing you to become a father? So what do you have to do? What do you have to learn to become a father? And then the narratives in the movies, in the stories that we hear about fathers, what does the father look like? What is he doing? How do we interact with him, right? So these are things that shape fathers. So maybe the first thing we want to do is to delineate a few terms. There's the father, how a man relates to a child, maybe through biological or maybe through adoption, for example. And then we have fathering. Fathering is a verb of being a father. So it's very social also, what it means to father a child. We will look into this a little bit later as well. And then there is the term fatherhood. So what we want to do today is actually to look more into fatherhood, which is the cultural or social cultural idea, the norms and the meanings we give to the role of the father. All right. So there's like a sad Venn diagram I tried to make. I'm not very technologically savvy. So if we think about a child, generally in today's context, there's so much focus on parents raising children, right? Maybe we think it's not working, but actually we live in a time of privatization of childcare, meaning if we think about children growing up, we think the main responsibility should fall on parents to raise the child, as opposed to an alternative concept of it takes a village to raise a child, right? But in our context, we always put the main responsibility to parents. You raise your children. If you don't eat lunch or your children don't eat lunch, that's your fault. But in our kampung, for example, our children can go to our neighbor's house and eat, and we wouldn't be bad mothers, right? It's okay, we'll feed the other children, there's no problem. So this privatization of parenthood typically puts two parents in charge of the children. So the Venn diagram is where there is shared responsibility. How much of it is shared is quite subjective to the context. Whether in very progressive context, totally shared, right? In its extreme form, we have examples where men take hormones so that they can breastfeed their children, right? So they can be fully immersed in fathering in the extreme context. So you can see the Venn diagram. Or in its other extreme, the father only gives their genes. Is that 5 minutes? Okay. So essentially, fatherhood is looking at how, we're looking at how and what society expects from fathers. And a lot of it, we don't know where it came from because we don't think about it consciously. It's hard for us to do it all the time, right? So what we think is Muslim fathers, we are also not sure where it came from, right? So the idea of the chapter is actually to look through stories from the Quran. So in the Quranic text, we have instructional verses. For example, in Surah Al-Baqarah 233, when we talk about breastfeeding among divorced parents, there is a clear instruction what the father must do. So this is a clear instruction. But when we think about socio-cultural context or sociological analysis, we want to talk about context. Context is everything. It's not just instruction. So what we did for this chapter, what we're trying to do for this chapter is to look at stories where there is context to see what does a good father do and where is the role of a good father from the stories of the Quran. So we want to actually challenge the modern idea of the father, where the father goes out to work. A good father is one that provides. He is emotionally unavailable, or he doesn't cry at the graduation of his children because he's strong and composed and he makes rational decisions. That's for the moms to cry and to be there and to listen to their dreams and all of that. So we want to challenge that notion to say that that's not really what we see in the Quranic text. Oh no. Okay. So I don't know what happened here. So if we look at examples in the Quran, all of us know stories of Yaqub and Yusuf, stories of Ibrahim and Ismail, right? But we never think about these as examples of good father per se in its emotional and nurturant sense. Think about the time or the beginning of the Surah Yusuf is Yusuf telling his father about his dream. What kind of a relationship does a child need to have to talk to their father about a dream? To wake up and say, hey, today I dreamt about this last night. If the father is not there, always working, do you tell stories to your dad about your dream? Or what happened at school, for example? So this indicates the context of the relationship. And then again, we see clearly Allah indicates in the surah or in the story of Yaqub and Yusuf that Yaqub cried at the loss of Yusuf until his eyes turned white. This is the story of a father, not the story of a mother. We always hear culturally of mothers crying at the loss of their children. But this is an example of a prophet that cried, indicating the vulnerability and emotional openness that indicates the closeness and intimacy of a father and a child. And then, of course, the story of Ibrahim. Every Hajj season, we learn about this story, or we're reminded about this story. But what I like to highlight in the Quranic text is that the Prophet Ibrahim got a instruction from Allah, right? It's an instruction. But instead of just executing, he took the time to consult. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala shows this in the verse, clearly indicating to say that Ibrahim consulted his son. Tell me what you think. It's actually an instruction from Allah, right? If you ask your children to pray, you don't really ask, what do you think of praying? Do you, right? It is an indication of some form of consultation and engagement, a constant conversation that happens between a father and a child. It's not go and pray. Allah asks you to pray, you pray. But it also shows that the father and the child has this intimate emotional relationship. And then, of course, the verses of Surah Al-Luqman. Here is also very beautiful because I think Allah starts with mentioning that Luqman is a wise man, right? So what does a wise man do? He gives advice to his children. How do we give advice to our children if we are not there, if we are not present, if our children do not have closeness to us? So I think there are wonderful examples in the Quran to engage that. And of course, as we understand in the unity of diversity of knowledge, that we're thinking about Tahidic epistemology is to understand that Quran comes first. And then the research that we do socially also supports and affirm. It is not the other way around, right? So we know that the current research or more contemporary research recognizes that as a rejection or decolonizing of life, that fathers should be around children for many good outcomes. So essentially what we're trying to do is that to show prophetic or Quranic examples of fatherhood within the context of life, not just as instruction, but also as a part of our culture that gives a counter narrative to this idea of capitalism and hegemonic masculine ideas of what men should be that is maybe not reflective of the Islamic principles found in the Quran. So this is what we attempt to do, or we are attempting to do, and to recognize that it's not just the father alone that has to do the work, but if fathers are expected to work all the time, there is a systemic problem. In order to ensure that fathers get to be home, it means that the whole economic system must recognize the value of child raising. That it is not, we're not pushing, or we're not market-based society, we're value-based society. So what do we invest in our society? So that's all from me. I hope I took a little bit extra time. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Fatima, for such an insightful presentation on fatherhood and how we can learn about fatherhood from the Quran. All right, so the last presentation for this session is entitled Analyzing Representation, the Representation of Muslim Women in Time Magazine Through the Lens of Tawhidic Epistemology. So I would like to welcome Dr. Nur Elena Abdul Rahim.
Assalamualaikum. Thank you, Dr. Mehdi. Okay, so this is my title, Analyzing the Representation of Muslim Women in Time Magazine through the lens of Tawhidic Epistemology. So my co-writer is Dr. Nazmus. So I don't think he's here today. Anyway, okay, all right. Next slide, please. Okay, so I will be looking at the Time magazine actually for their discursive practices. So in other words, I'm looking at how Time writers write when they represent Muslim women. So I'm looking at from the perspective of CDA, critical discourse analysis, and enriched by Tawhidic epistemology. Yeah, so first of all, before I go into the media, usually the term that is usually used, in CDA is elite. Yeah, so who are the elites? Yeah, the elites are people. It can be people. It can be organization. Yeah, so elites are people with authority. Yeah, so people with authority usually impose their ideology on people who are the so-called non-elites. Yeah. So that is a very important term. Yeah, the elites. So the media is also is considered an elite because they impose their ideology on the audience. It can be readers. It can be listeners. Yeah. So who are the elites? The elites can be many. It can be politicians. Yeah, because when they speak, their language is never neutral. And that is also an important term in CDA. Language is never neutral. Yeah, because what they say is actually to impose their ideology to influence the people. So influence, dominate, shaping. Yeah, so these are all important words. For normal regular people, we always use the word brainwashing. Yeah. So these people brainwash, or the media brainwash. We have been brainwashed. Yeah. But in CDA, we don't use the word brainwash. So we use the word shaping, dominating, yeah, influencing. Okay, yeah. But shaping is more, yeah, because they want to shape the readers or the audience. Yeah. All right. So media here is also it's an elite because their function is to persuade or to impose their ideology. So imposing ideology is also goes back to the stakeholders. Who owns the media? So in Time magazine, you must know who owns. So who owns will actually determine what kind of ideology that is going to be in the articles. TV station, yeah. So all those are determined by the stakeholders, yeah. So a lot of what is happening in the world regarding how Muslims are portrayed, men and women, goes back to the stakeholders. So I think it doesn't take much intelligence to figure out who's the powerful and the rich nation in the world. So they are the ones who control all this media, okay, and businesses. All right, so here I'm looking at Time magazine, looking at how they influence public opinion, in particular the Muslim women. Yeah, so a lot of the media in general, they have written negatively about Muslims. Yeah, so because of that, a lot of Muslims around the world have been discriminated and experienced abuse. So women also have been abused. So in some parts of the world, when they walk, because especially the hijab, it is such a visual item, yeah? So sometimes when they walk, their hijab gets pulled, they get spitted on, they get called, names and so on, yeah? All right, so so this leads, to this research, yeah? So I collected, articles pertaining to Muslim women from Time magazine, worth of 10 years of data, out of which 89 excerpts, 89 articles, and out of 89, there were 128 excerpts. And out of 128 excerpts, I managed to find 89 excerpts that solely talk about Muslim women in the sense of a culture, in the form of culture. So there are other parts where they talk about victimization, they talk about injustices and so on, depending on the framework, yeah? So here I'm using actually Vodak's framework, yeah, to look at the excerpts. So from, the analysis, so I found the 4 key findings. Next, please. Okay, these are the 4 key findings. These are the 4 key findings, codified patriarchy, cultural legitimization. So it talks about, the patriarchal control, yeah, in short, yeah. Visibility as empowerment. So especially, visibility can be in the form of hijab, yeah, can be burqa, can be chador, can be anything that is visual, yeah. And then surveillance and self-regulation. So that means, how authority surveil people with hijab, yeah, whether you wear or you don't wear, yeah. So they can get arrested or they can get called names, yeah. So women, with hijab, we need to self-regulate, yeah, how and what we wear. All right, intra-Muslim identity, that means the tension within the Muslim community itself. Sometimes not from the outsiders, but within, yeah, within the community. So the first one, yeah, that is the patriarchal, yeah. So sample excerpt. But to this day, women are prohibited from traveling by plane without the permission of a male guardian. So the discursive indicators here, words like forbidden, obliged, prohibited, required, and so on. Yeah? So we look at words such as this, yeah, to indicate that these are the excerpts that will answer the research question. Yeah? Second, visibility. And then here, sample, women who once felt free to dress in Western clothing and shop alone now must wear a hijab, the traditional Muslim headscarf when venturing outside. So indicators can be not necessarily the hijab itself, but it can also be other forms of clothing because this is empowerment. So, they also use, women with Western clothing as a form of empowerment. All right? And these other words, yeah? Designer jeans, liberated, and so on. The next one, surveillance and self-regulation. In Kelantan State, Muslim women must wear headscarves in public, while several states have made forsaking Islam a crime that can result in prison time. All right, so here the authorities are the one monitoring the women, which means women also must self-regulate themselves. So they must ensure that they also wear clothing that may not get them into trouble. Okay, so discursive indicators, those, yeah. Adjusting of veils, that means, they are trying to self-regulate themselves, look around nervously just in case, authority may arrest them. Yeah, so these are some of the words. There are actually a lot of other words, but these are some words that I have listed down. Yeah. Intra-Muslim identity, here, teenage girls in, let's say, in Western clothing, when they saw fellow shoppers, in hijab, even though they are from the same community, so they make a remark, why do they have to come here? Can't they go somewhere else? Yeah. So this is within the same race, yeah, same country, same race, yeah. So these are the indicators, yeah. Okay, conclusion, yeah. Conclusion, because I've looked at the data, for over a long period of time. So what I found was there was a clear binary between Western and Muslim values. And also, yeah, when they talk about Muslim ideals, they use words like freedom, choice, modern, and so on. When it comes to Muslims, modest, obedience, and things like that, yeah. So this is actually using Orientalist framing, yeah. And what is important is that when they write, sometimes they do not have to write explicitly to show that Western ideals are Western ideals are the so-called like the best way of portraying. Yeah, they use implicit ideology. So if you, let's say, just pick up one magazine and then you just read at random, you may not be able to see it unless you actually notice it, you pay attention. Otherwise, you may just see it as just a story. Yeah, reporting just a story. Yeah. But, over time, if you read, then you will actually see there is actually an Orientalist framing, yeah, where, they always portray West as, the rational and modern, and others as traditional, restricted, backwards, and so on, yeah. So these are all done in an inexplicit way, all right? So with that, I end my presentation, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Elena, for a great presentation. It reminds me of a research that I read before about visual culture and how Muslim women are represented on the covers of novels or biographies published by the West. Now, that is the last presentation of this session. I'll hand back the floor to our Master of Ceremony, Dr. Tanya.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Madiha, and thank you for moderating this last session. Now we will have a short question and answer session. I think we only have like 5 minutes actually. So very short question and answer session. If you'd like to ask a question or if you have any comments that you'd like to make for the benefit of the presenters or also even for our benefit, I invite you to probably go to the mics and ask your question. Yes, please.
Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
I'd like to highlight the book.
Please,
Al-Faruqi.
probably you could introduce yourself.
Right. My name is Professor Nath. I am from the Political Science Department. You mentioned Al-Faruqi's book twice. I recommend you read this book with care because there are many statements, absolute sweeping statements in the book. So you don't take in the book take it for granted. You have to interrogate the book very well. That's number one. Al-Faruqi's book is, for example, he says here, one of you mentioned, Muhammad. I don't like to criticize people, but it's for the sake of academic integrity, Contemporary literary studies are built on theories that oppose Islamic metaphysics. That's inaccurate. Very inaccurate. That's in Al-Faruqi's book. But this is very inaccurate. So when you take these things into consideration, you should think about it more carefully when you write in the book, in the chapters. I don't remember the presenters, but this is the idea, one of the things you should take in consideration. One more point is about time. I recommend you read three authors on time in Western thought and Islamic thought. You need Quranic, Reinhard Koselleck. Reinhard Koselleck wrote a book about the concepts of time, and he's a German. He started in 1959. And you read Wilhelm Dilthey, a German philosopher. He wrote about temporalization, temporality and temporalization. And you read Ricoeur, Paul Ricoeur. Also, he wrote about language and time. These are very key concepts to study, to understand, even to understand our own Tawhidic epistemology, to understand the concepts of time. So my recommendation in that regard, I know. I have a PhD in English, actually I have a PhD in international relations, and I have a PhD in English literature or cultural studies. That's why I know these things. So I wish you good luck.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Prof, for the enlightenment of the comments. May we know which part? Can you give an example in the books of Faruqi that you see an inaccuracy?
There are so many books, like, for example, today our distinguished director mentioned that anti or anti-Tawhidic epistemology, there are epistemologies. We could say that there are just adjacent epistemologies, other epistemologies. There are not necessarily anti-Muslim thought, because what is anti about, for example, feminist theory? When you see other theories, other epistemologies, including post-colonialism, use it. Use structuralism, post-structuralism, colonialism, post-colonialism, all these theories. Are these anti-Islamic thought? Are these anti-Islamic ET? They are not. Necessarily not. Fundamentally not. There are so many sharing ideas between Islamic thought and socialism.
Yes.
There is. So when you use, I noticed in my listening, you use absolute terms. That will render the work really weak. Don't interrogate the terms before you use them. Many of the presentations use absolute statements, and that's dangerous, very dangerous for a university like ourselves in it's too long story, complex than just simple to see that. And Al-Faruqi's book, somebody has a nice, lovely, I was in the mosque, he prayed Isha and went back to writing. So it's just a statement, many strong statements, not accurate, and they are more complex than what is mentioned there.
Thank you, Prof. I think, yes, if we have another question from the side, perhaps, or comment. That was more of a comment. People are tired. Okay, if we have no further questions or comments, I would like to invite Dr. Madiha to say some closing remarks.
I'm gonna make this quick because everyone's hungry and tired. My stomach has growled. Okay, thank you so much. I would like to the presenters for accommodating the change in time. We only allocated 10 minutes per presenter because of the limitation in the time. I would also like to thank members of the department and elites for helping manage the session. Also, I'd like to thank the Kuliah, particularly the Dean and the HOR, Dr. Ruby, for supporting this session. All right. And thank you to the participants who have stayed until the end of the session today. Assalamualaikum. Thank you.
So with that, we have come to the end of the first day of our first half, actually, of our Tawhidic Epistemology Congress. I would like to also thank again the Dean, Prof. Dr. Hafiz, for rejoining us, and of course our Deputy Dean is here as well. Esteemed professors and our colleagues, thank you very much for attending. And now I think we disperse. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Are you also open the next session? All day usually. Oh, is it? Oh, that's all right. Okay. Psychology. No, sorry, I wasn't sure because the statement says then very yeah, I wasn't sure what would but if you don't do the interview and you feel like don't work on that. So can we you can say Phoenix because I don't know what level that is. Let's say you're going to then you can that it. You can do that. But if we can do that something at very soon. You can follow that which was that of you. So one thing I wasn't able to the American stuff. I think this is she's from yeah. At the time of that, I was like, I didn't really bring that. This one. This one's the so we can what yeah, so
Yeah. I told Najwa, next time I will approach her, I think it's really. I keep texting her that I don't want him to get a phone lesson. You do it next. Oh, you mean like the actual business? I was sitting here. If you have any organization number, please. Huh? If you have this number, yeah. Contacts ஆகி காணும் தம்பி கையில வச்சிருந்தேன் எங்க இருந்து வச்சிருக்கல கான்டாக்ட் கார்டு இது WR கார்டு ஒரே அடின்னு வேற கார்டு சாய் வச்சிருந்த ஆகி நான் ஏன் இது கார்டு கார்டு இருக்குங்களா சாய்க்கணுங்களா சோப்புல தான் வச்சிருக்கீங்க காந்து நீங்க ஊருக்கு வெளியாகி இங்க இருந்து நேரம் இங்க வெளியாகி நேரம் காப்பாட்டு தான் போனேன் இல்ல அங்கிருந்தா கட்சி பெட்டு கட்சி பெடுக்கும்போது கேட்க வந்து நினைக்கிறேன் கார் உள்ள இருக்குமா சமயத்துல கார் உள்ள இருந்தா திறக்காத கார் திறக்கலையே பார்க்காலே இருக்கு காரு தெரியலையே தெரியும் இல்ல கார் வந்து ஒரு சாய் உள்ள அங்க கூட்ட முடியாது கார் உள்ள இருந்தா கார் கூட்டாது வழிகள் நடந்து போனவங்க ஆமா அங்கதான் நான் பாக்குறேன் நீ பார்த்து வழியாடி வண்டி எடுத்துருவான் தான் சாய் வச்சுருவான் ஆமா நான் அங்க இருக்கமா ஆச்சரியம் ரெண்டு காய்க்கு வந்து இப்போ என்ன பார்ப்பேன் I was sitting here the whole year. In between, I had a breakfast there. Usually, this pant, the pocket is small, much more. Maybe when I was sitting, I think if they message that, then okay. But here it is not there. Yeah. Here it is. Okay. I lost my key. Anybody has the key?
What key?
Car key. I was sitting here actually. I'm just searching. It told me here because I was sitting here.
Maybe somebody rescued it for you?
If there, then I can take it.
We have Department of Psychology after this.
Yeah, I come.
Yes, we can now.
Is it not focusing for all of this? I ain't not right.
Yes.
Not all the public members are supposed to get in the power.
We announce and encourage for everybody. Oh, thank you. Sorry,
I know.
Yeah, Prof. Michael, can you help me? Study the two latest and the Oh, I borrowed. Oh, okay, great. Thank you. Girl, why you pay that so fast? Saya fikir I think that's one of the estimating of what I would do.
Ini dalam. Jalan laju. Agak dua. Bagus banget ni kayaknya. Oh, turun, turun yang tadi. Jalan sikit, naik balik level ni. Selesai. Boleh. Saya tak kisah. Saya mungkin ada awal. Saya mungkin terpaksa awal. Dia macam masuk di progress, yang berkomunikasi stress, so it's the planning lah. Sebab dia tak ada komunikasi dengan dia. Saya tak ada soalan lah. Last saya buat soalan. Dia interview. Lagi saya nak lari ya, tak ada orang boleh tanya soalan. Kalau presenter tak ada, apa mungkin apa ada dia tulis tak apa yang nak hantar tu tulis, nanti organizer will pass to the presenter lah. Sebabnya kalau sebelumnya dia orang ingat tak tulis satu tu app tu kalau betul dia tak atau ada buat ataupun apa pasal tak bagi saya bagi Mahir ni. Orang punya tak kawan. Nanti jaga betul kita bagi time minit ke 10 minit 15 tak? Yes. 10 minit satu dah habis time up boleh. Baik. Thanks. Kembali kita semua berbalik awal. Next. Dulu masa ada regular late 90s kan. Kelas ni kita ada. Boleh kat building ni kat arcade building. ADM. Oh, ADM ada introduction. Introduction. Kalau tu sampai ada tak ada kira.
Okay, settle down, everyone. Those backbenchers, please come. Backbenchers, come down. Okay. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Tauhidic Epistemology Congress 2025, Psychology hosted session. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Siti Inara, and I'll be your moderator for today, for this session, sorry. Okay, so thank our timekeeper, Brother Said Muhajir. Thank you for helping us to stay on track. So the timekeeper will signal presenter at minute 10 and minute 15, okay? But before we proceed with the housekeeping, let us begin our majlis with Al-Fatiha and a moment of silence. Okay, a little bit of housekeeping. Please keep your devices on silent. And I suppose unless a speaker requests otherwise, photography is fine. Okay, so we'll take all questions during a consolidated question and A from 4:30 until 5 at the end of after all presenters have presented. Okay, so feel free to jot down your question. So for those of you who need to go early, okay, so you may write down your question and pass it to me or Dr. Mariam. I will pass back to the presenter. Okay, so before we begin our presentation, it is my pleasure to invite the Head of Department of Psychology, Associate Professor Dr. Rohaya, to deliver the welcoming remarks. Okay, so Dr. Rohaya, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Alhamdulillah. Thank you, Dr. Inara, Chairperson of the Research Committee, Dr. Mariam, our respected and honorable Professor, Prof. Rashid, and everybody in the in the venue. I am truly delighted to welcome everyone to the second session of our Tauhidic Epistemology Congress. And this afternoon, we will be enriched by nine papers, inshallah, that bring together the Tauhidic framework, psychology, and the Quran in addressing human life in its many dimensions. We will reflect on Surah Al-Fatiha as a compass of the soul and explore Quranic perspectives on mental health. We will also listen to prison rehabilitation through Tawhid, human cognition through the Tawhidic lens, and workplace spirituality for work-life balance. These themes remind us on how psychology can respond to societal needs when grounded in Tawhid. Equally meaningful are the discussions on adolescent sexual health, psycho-spiritual healing and mental health practice, Islamic parenting wisdom from Surah Luqman, and human attitudes toward the environment. These contributions show how psychology, informed by revelation, speaks not only to the individual but also to families, communities, and our responsibility to creation. I sincerely thank all presenters and also the organizing committees and student committees for their commitment, and I invite all participants to engage actively in today's discussions. May this session strengthen our efforts to advance psychology that is spiritually rooted, socially relevant, and academically rigorous within the Tawhidic framework. With that, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Rohaya. So, again, a gentle reminder for all presenters. Brother Muhajir will ring his bell at minute 10. Can you just, ring? Okay. And at minute 15 to signal the end of presentation. Okay, thank you. So let us begin the first presentation by Associate Professor Dr. Rohaya Hussein and Dr. Asma, titled Compass of the Soul, Understanding Surah Al-Fatiha through Tawhidic Framework and Psychological Lens. Okay, speakers, the floor is yours. I think you can use this or you can, use the mic over there. Okay, we have the...
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Inshallah, today I'll be presenting a topic on the compass of the soul, understanding Surah Al-Fatiha through the Tawhidic framework and also psychological lens. I prepared this paper and this presentation together with Dr. Asma from the Department of Usuluddin and Comparative Religion. So basically, in this paper, we are trying to look at Surah Al-Fatiha, or to understand Surah Al-Fatiha beyond its theological depth. And this surah offers something deeply personal, which is a spiritual guide for the soul. And at the Department of Psychology, basically, we have been attending intellectual discourse organized by our beloved Professor Naraini, I think more than 5 years. More than 5 years already, in which she guided us on how to understand the soul, man, and look at psychology from fresh perspective, from Islamic perspective. So this is what we are trying to do today, looking at Surah Al-Fatiha, not really bounded within the all psychological theories, but looking at it with fresh eyes. So this surah basically does not only introduces the sacred text, but also speaks directly to the human heart, offering concise yet transformative guidance to anyone seeking a deeper connection with the Creator. Okay, so basically, as Kitab, this surah works as self-integration. It integrates Abd, we human being as Abd and Khalifah to our Creator, which is Allah, and then also we try look at it within Tawhidic and psychological lens, and we can see many emotional states discussed in various verses in this particular surah, and that's why the term compass is selected basically because we believe that Al-Fatiha acts as an existential compass that helps us to reorient ourselves when we feel spiritually lost or psychologically fragmented. Okay, so basically, the rationale and contribution of this paper is, the first one is to direct self towards its metaphysical origin and ultimate purpose. Okay, and also it is about true knowledge that leads to the realization of Allah through His names, attributes, and also actions. It also tells us how to deal with important emotional and spiritual states and the desire for moral clarity, as well as it touches on lived experiences that are essential for the integration and healing of the self. Okay, so I will explain more when we go to what are the initial findings that we discover when we go through Surah Al-Fatiha. So basically, this is what we have summarized. We start with the first verse, which is Basmalah. Okay, here, in terms of Tawhidic perspective, it talks about human as Abd and Khalifah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. And in terms of psychological perspective, it talks on gratitude as recognition of dependence on Allah. So the core disposition here that we can extract is gratitude and also humility. In the second verse, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin, Yeah, it is on praise and sustenance. And in Tawhidic perspective, it talks about Allah as Al-Alamin, which is the sustainer of all worlds. And from psychological perspective, what we can derive is that love flows from knowledge of Allah, meaning that when we know Allah, it strengthens our love towards Allah. So this is the core disposition that we can extract is love and reverence. And the third one is divine mercy reaffirmed. Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim, yeah, the third verse. Mercy as a foundation of existence. Yeah, in terms of Tawhidic perspective, it talks about Allah who is the most merciful. Yeah, and in terms of psychological perspective, what we can extract is khawf inspires sincerity and accountability. It is very unique. Yeah? In Islam, khawf and hope, it comes together. Yeah, it doesn't come separately, and these two strengthen our iman towards Allah. Okay, and then the fourth one is Maliki Yawmiddin. Yeah, here from Tawhidic perspective, Allah is seen as ultimate judge and sovereign, and from psychological perspective, it anchors self in accountability and counter-secular autonomy. And the core disposition that we can derive from here is responsibility and moral clarity. And the fifth one is Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ibadah as holistic existence and isti'anah as ontological dependence. That is from Tawhidic perspective. And this, if we see it from psychological perspective, it builds our tawakkul, humility, and also resilience. Okay, and the next one is Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. It is something related to strict path, as alignment with fitrah. This is from Tawhidic perspective. And from psychological perspective, hope as certainty in divine mercy, and we orient fragmented self. So here, the core disposition here is hope and orientation. And the last one is Siratal ladhina an'amta alayhim ghairil maghdubi alaihim waladdallin. Yeah, so here from Tawhidic perspective, we can see the distinction between the blessed, rejectors, and also misguided. And from psychological perspective, it provides spiritual diagnostic for self-evaluation and also moral development. So this is aligned with self-reflection and also ethical alignment. So basically what we are doing is an initial work. So we welcome any suggestion to strengthen this paper because I believe that the input from all the audience here will help us to write a better paper, basically. Yeah. And in conclusion, I hope I'm still within the timeline. Yeah. In conclusion, Surah Al-Fatiha, when viewed through a Tawhidic epistemological lens and psychological perspective, emerge as a holistic framework. And this will orient human beings towards integrated selfhood. And it harmonizes the dual identity of individual. What do I mean by dual identity? It is as Abid and also as Khalifah. Okay? And this cultivate essential dispositions such as gratitude, love, reverence, hope, humility, accountability, and also trust. So these are some of the dispositions that we can extract from Surah Al-Fatiha. And by doing so, it not only reawakens the fitrah, but also provides a profound model for moral clarity, psychological resilience, and also spiritual well-being that stands in critical contrast to secular notion. Okay, with that, I end my presentation, and we, both me and Dr. Asma, welcome all suggestions from the audience, and hopefully if there is any questions, we can address it at the end of this session. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rohaya. So let us move to the second presentation. by Associate Professor Dr. Rautlatul Firdaus and Dr. Suryati Siddiq. The title is Psychology of Mental Health from a Quranic Perspective. Please, Doctor, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in, amma ba'd. Thank you very much to our moderator, our respectful HODs, HOR, professors, brothers and sisters, doctors. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. How many minutes? 15 minutes. Okay, inshallah. Our topic basically at the beginning, it was Quranic psychology and mental health from the Quranic perspective, but then it was suggested by Prof. Shukran, right, to clearly explain about it, Syed Nursi of Risalah Nur, because basically the idea is derived from the interpretation of the Quranic verses on mental health from Syed Nursi of Rasail An-Nur. Okay, the next slide is the introduction. As we are all aware that modern psychology often lacks spiritual depth, where Quran offers a holistic model, including nafs, qalb, and aql, emphasizes on spiritual connection to the Creator, Allah, self, individual, and society. And the goal is to bridge Quranic insights with executive functioning and emotional resilience, inshallah. So we take a look at the next slide. When we see the discussion from the Quranic anthropology, we found that within three terms. The first one is the nafs, which refer to the self. And then the second is the qalb, which is the heart. And the third is aql, which is the intellect. So let's take a look at each and every single of them in the next slide. That the nafs itself has three levels. The first one, what we call it as the lowest one, is nafs al-ammara, which is inclined to evil. Nafs, which is inclined to evil, which is explained in Surah Yusuf, verse number 53, when Yusuf declared about his own nafs al-ammara, where he said that وَمَا أُبَرِّئُ نَفْسِي إِنَّ النَّفْسَ لَأَمَّارَةٌ بِالسُّوءِ إِلَّا مَا رَحِمَ رَبِّي. For indeed, he said that I do not seek to free myself from blame, because he knows he has been tested by what Zulaikha has done to approach him and etc. We know the whole story. But he acknowledged the existence of this kind of nafs within every individual, which is al-ammara bisu, whereby this soul is ever inclined to evil, except if Allah protect it. So this defined the first type of the soul. The second one is nafsul lawwama, as explained in Surah Al-Qiyamah, verse number 2. وَلَا أُقْسِمُ بِالنَّفْسِ اللَّوَّامَةِ, and I do swear by the self-reproaching soul. And the third is nafsul mutma'inna. Nafsul mutma'inna is the tranquil and divine aligned soul, as explained in Surah Al-Fajr, I'm sorry, I couldn't see well. Ya ayyatuhan nafsul mutma'inna. So it refers to the word al-mutma'inna here is the tranquility or the tranquil soul. Allah will say to the writers, O tranquil soul, Ya ayyuhan nafsul mutma'inna. So this tripartite model mirrors psychological theories of self-regulation and moral development. In Islamic terms, however, progression is not simply behavioral. It is eschatological and spiritual. Let's take a look at the next slide. The second one is the qalb, or the heart, which is the spiritual heart, not the physical one. And it's central to Quranic psychology. It is far beyond a metaphor for emotion, because the qalb is the site of moral perception, as highlighted in Surah Al-Baqarah, verse number 10. فِي قُلُوبِهِمْ مَرَضٌ فَزَادَهُمُ اللَّهُ مَرَضًا. In their hearts there are diseases, and Allah can allow that diseases to increase if they did not try to treat it. So we are not referring to the physical disease, but it is the spiritual diseases. And it's a long discussion here, but I just summarize the core ideas. And the second one is spiritual cognition. Heart also refers to spiritual cognition, as highlighted in Surah Al-Hajj, verse number 46. It's a very long ayah, but this ayah is very good for us to contemplate the nature of that spiritual heart, where we cannot see, but actually that heart can see. Allah said, فإنها لا تعمى الأبصار ولكن تعمى القلوب التي في الصدور. I just cut off this part, which is very important. Sometimes it is not about our physical vision, which is blind, but it is about the heart, which is blind. So this is what we call the spiritual cognition. And the third heart, qalb, is receptivity to divine guidance in Surah Ash-Shu'ara, verse number 89. إِلَّا مَنْ أَتَى اللَّهَ بِقَلْبٍ سَلِيمٍ. Only those who come before Allah with a pure heart will be saved. And this will be in the day after. So the health of the qalb determines one's ability to recognize truth, to manage desires, and to attain sincerity. A more detailed discussion is in this mind map, but we don't have time to go through it. Inshallah, quickly to the third one, which is aql or intellect. The aql in the Quran is not a rationalistic faculty separated from spirituality. It is the function by which one reflects on creation, understands moral truths, and perceives divine signs. So the Quran consistently commands humans to use reason. لَعَلَّكُمْ تَعْقِلُونَ لَعَلَّكُمْ تَتَفَكَّرُونَ. But this reason is in service of recognizing Tawheed, not detached analysis. And psychological virtues in the Quran can be seen from 5 terms. The first one is sabr, which refer to patience. Second is tawakkul. Normally, I always put on silent. Unfortunately, this time. The second is reliance, tawakkul. The third is shukr. Dr. Zunaida, can you reject the call? Thank you so much. Sorry. Shukr is gratitude. Sakina is tranquility, and raja is hope. Let's take a look very quickly. The first one is on sabr, patience. It is active emotional regulation or perseverance. In over 90 verses in the Quran, sabr is associated with divine reward, protection, and inner strength. Psychologically, it correlates with emotional regulation, distress tolerance, and the capacity for perseverance. It is not passive, but active endurance in the face of adversity. And then the second is tawakkul, reliance, shifts control to divine will, where tawakkul redirects emotional dependence from unstable worldly outcomes to stable divine will. It reconfigures the locus of control and promotes cognitive reframing, a coping strategy that modern psychology recognizes as effective in managing anxiety and uncertainty. Next is the shukr or gratitude, which is positive perception and mood regulation. Shukr is not merely a spiritual attitude, but a neurological practice. Quranic injunctions to remember blessings with kuru ni'matallah align with findings in positive psychology that gratitude enhances mood, reduces depression, and shifts cognitive focus from scarcity to abundance. And number 4 is sakina, tranquility, a divine emotional state in which it is described in the Quran as a tranquility or sent down upon the hearts of the believers in Surah Al-Fatah, verse number 4. هو الذي أنزل السكينة في قلوب المؤمنين. He is the one who sent down serenity or tranquility upon the hearts of the believers. And we can finish the ayah by ourselves, inshallah. It represents a state of emotional grounding and spiritual centeredness, a calm that cannot be manufactured through external stimuli, but it is received through divine presence. And the last one is raja, hope. It is the antidote to despair because raja is the mercy and nearness of Allah. It plays a therapeutic role, anchoring individuals in the belief that change, healing, and divine compassion are always possible. It counters yas, which is the opposite, or despair, which the Quran presents as a spiritual illness. In Surah Yusuf, Allah said, La tayasu min rawhillah. Do not lose hope in the mercy of Allah. We have in the Malay language as putus asa, the asa being cut off, putus. Okay, it's actually from the Arabic language, yes. And then the last one, we move to the other part, which is Said Nursi's Risala Nurs toward a Quran basic therapeutic ethos, response to modern existential and moral crisis. The key terms are 4. Number 1 is jihadun nafs, struggle for inner purification. Number 2 is tawakkul, active trust or cognitive reframing. Number 3 is ma'rifah, which is the spiritual knowledge as healing, not information, but it reached the level of ma'rifah, not just ilm. And suffering is diagnostic and transformative. Let's take a look at Jihadun Nafs and inner renewal. Ustaz Nursi frames the internal struggles as the supreme jihad. The soul's illness, he asserts, is rooted in heedlessness or ghaflah, and egocentricity or ana, they call it as risalah, ana, which focus on explaining the egocentricity of the human being, especially in our modern time. And there are so many diseases, are the products or are the outputs or the results of this egocentricity. So he focused quite a very intensive discussion on this part. Healing requires confronting the lower self through spiritual knowledge, prayer, and God consciousness. In the words and the letters, these are the name of the 2 volumes of his Rasail An-Nur. Nursi reinterprets psychological suffering as an invitation to transcend the ego and return to divine proximity. Adversity for him is not a failure, but a diagnostic lens into the soul's need for reorientation. Second is divine reliance and cognitive reframing. This is tawakkul. Maybe to understand what is the divine wisdom behind something that is happening to us. There are techniques towards that, not just by saying, oh, mesti ada hikmah. There must be hikmah. Then what is the hikmah? And how to reach to understand to that hikmah? Then there is a techniques that is guided here so that we can discover what is the divine hikmah wisdom behind it. And we can accept it and we can manage our psychological situation. Next is Ma'rifah and Tawhidic cognition, because in the names of Allah, 99 attributes of Allah, it's a kind of mirror of the existence and the power of Allah SWT in the creation of human being. If we take a look at one by one, we will discover somehow we have some part of it, so that we can understand how Allah is Al-Alim. We do have some knowledge, but of course we cannot compare our knowledge with Allah's knowledge. When Allah is Ar-Rahim, we do have that mercy, but our mercy is very limited as compared to Allah's endless mercy. And we also have as-sabr from as-sabur of Allah. Allah is very patient. We have some slight patience in our heart. We can use it. We can maximize it so that we can overcome our mental or whatever tribulation and challenges that we're facing in our daily life. Through this, inshallah, we try to overcome it. Bi'iznillahi ta'ala. Okay, very quickly, executive functioning and al-hikmah. And then the best is to reach, to achieve this al-hikmah, which is not only by the efforts of human being. Of course, definitely it is a gift from Allah. Where Allah said in the Quran, yu'til hikmata man yasha wa man yu'tal hikmata faqad utiya khairan kathira. And he grants wisdom to whoever he wills. And whoever is granted wisdom is certainly blessed with a great privilege. So let's try to get that wisdom. Ask Allah, pray, put our effort. Inshallah, it is not impossible, but it is possible as one of the signs of the mercy of Allah. It is a divine gift. It is a moral, spiritual, cognitive unity. And it is a wisdom-aligned action, understanding, and spiritual vision. And then almost towards the end, the methodological framework will be multidisciplinary approach with Quran and Hadith from my side and also from your input, inshallah. And then classical tafsir and Islamic scholarship. That's why at the beginning, I want to refer to Al-Ghazali and Nursi, but as it's mostly taken from Nursi, who already integrated Al-Ghazali. So that's why Prof. Shukran said, just say it clearly in the topic itself. And then contemporary psychology, I have Dr. Suryati with me, alhamdulillah, very blessed. And the key tools is linguistic analysis, tadabbur, reflective Quranic reading, goal, tawhidic epistemology to unite revelation and reason. Next is the practical implications. Our proposal in terms on this aspect of clinicians, integrate virtues into therapy. For example, the sabar, tawakkul, and shukr concept. Reframe our CBT through Quranic lens. And then Nursi's models adds in coping with suffering, finding meaning through divine wisdom, and building trust in God for psychological stability. And we have the evidence that one psychologist in Ankara has opened a clinic in which he is specialized in psychology, but also educated and trained in the madrasa of Rasail An-Nur. And alhamdulillah, he received a very good feedback. Of course, we know that Turkey is very secular, but then with this kind of approach, it works, mashallah, alhamdulillah. And then the practical implications in terms of the educators, character development through nafs progression. Emotional intelligence via COP-centered curricula. This is a proposal. And practical teaching of sabr, how to be sabr, not just the theory, but how to put it into practice. And then how to do the shukr, the real gratitude to Allah, and how to do the tawakkul. Again, not just the conceptual framework or theories, but try to put it into practice from time to time. And then another part is our proposal is for the communities, group therapy rooted in jihad and nafs and divine reliance, like Imam chaplain training in Quranic psychology, and promote tawhidic well-being, unified mental, emotional, spiritual care, and holistic community support. Conclusion, or psychology, journey of the soul, not just the mind. Okay, and then healing means reconnecting with the divine, the self, and the society. And here we have the Quranic model from Rasail An-Nur and integrative spiritually authentic therapeutic paradigm, inshallah. And these are the references. Thank you very much. Alhamdulillah, on time, sharp. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. For those who just joined us, I would like to inform again that the presentation will be maximum 15 minutes, and our timekeeper will ring the bell once at minute 10 and ring twice at minute 15. Okay, so let's move on to the third presentation by Dr. Nurul Miza. The title is The Role of Tawhid in Prison Rehabilitation for Former Religious Extremists. The floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Right, so for this presentation, I hope I'm not speaking too fast. And also, unfortunately, for the questions, I don't think I'll be able to answer at the end. I have to leave early. So please do email me. I'll provide my email if you have any further questions or suggestions. Right. So communicating about the role of Tawhid in prison rehabilitation for former religious extremists. Let's go to the next slide. As an introduction, all right, as a context or background, when it comes to prison rehabilitation, we can say it is a rather novel approach compared to imprisonment itself. What this means is that back then, basically in terms of the punishment, it is provided with imprisonment just to punish, not to rehabilitate, in order to actually ensure that the person, any individuals who are convicted, they come as a better person returning to society. So prison rehabilitation is actually approaching the more humane approach. Okay, all right. And regarding rehabilitation, prison rehabilitation for individuals arrested in relation to extremism in Malaysia, it is actually crucial because it actually there's a possibility that effectiveness as well as the reduction of long-term harm can be reduced and can be more advanced due to the fact that the fact that religion itself is actually something that has not been communicated about as part of the rehabilitation process. Now, as a background as well, so the people that I refer to as religious extremists can be defined as any individuals arrested for supporting or promoting violence for extremist causes, such as Daesh. It is also termed as violent or radical extremists. Right? The traditional belief suggests that religion has no role in rehabilitating extremists specifically. As a background context, I actually presented this module prior to actually a group of experts. Including also governmental experts, experts both in academic as well as in actual practice. It was kind of almost widely rejected by the entire room. Right, so I believe that this paper itself, this chapter itself, can actually combat against the misconception regarding the role of religion, the role of Tawhid itself in prison rehabilitation. So next. Right. So starting with the common misconception, one of the feedback given by the room itself is that the fact that a lot of religious extremists or violent extremists, they actually are using religion as a motivation to commit violence. All right. Okay. However, recent research, especially which I did with my team and actually published in a small snippet of a paper, mentioned the fact that almost all the former prisoners we've interviewed, they said that religion actually plays a massive role in ensuring that they come back better. Okay, all right. Some experts in violent extremism actually have cautions us against overemphasizing religion, but this is not about overemphasizing actually, right? Because we can't just address just one small factor, which is actually they see religion as a cause or the risk factor. Right. However, we can actually utilize that, I wouldn't say bend it, but use it to our advantage. Right. And I hope to basically explore more and also communicate more about this, especially today as well, about how we can actually promote promote especially Tawhidic epistemology as part of prison rehabilitation, and perhaps further actually change the misconceptions that is actually available, like both local and also international practitioners of violent extremism. Right, next. Right, so why is this chapter important in the context of Tawhidic epistemology? I think I do have to be honest. Some of the terms I've actually learned from the Tawhidic epistemology itself is very novel to me. So I do hope that I can embark on it further, but these are my current understanding. Now, what we want to do, of course, first of all, we want to embed the principle of Tawhid in the prison rehabilitation itself. There are many concepts actually, for example, such as the human fitra and the reality that God exists. And these are actually in the chapter itself, I will actually present selected quotes from the former prisoners themselves, saying that these are the things that helps them to actually maintain their sanity, as well as help them to actually come back and realize that the fact that just because they're in prison, just because they are arrested, just because they were formerly involved in violent actions, it doesn't mean it's the end. All right, they can actually come back, return, and actually rehabilitate themselves using all these concepts. There's also the concept of right and wrong, and also a second chance for former prisoners, and also looking back at the purpose of creation and imprisonment as a test for growth. Right? How does it add value to the field and addresses ummatic or contemporary issues? Now, first of all, I do hope that with the publication of this chapter itself, it can actually bring light into the idea that we can actually strengthen and empower even the most vulnerable communities using religion. Okay, next. Right. The structure of the chapter. So I will actually begin by presenting a brief summary of the several research snippet. Actually, there's a total of 3 research that has been conducted. All right, for this, funded by different governing bodies, talking about the challenges of imprisonment itself, especially as a radical extremist. This also actually includes perhaps also their background before they were in prison. All right, and also childhood background as well, and then communicate about the kind of coping mechanisms they use. From that, I will actually extract from the coping mechanisms they have shared about how they actually use religion, or specifically the role of Tawhid as a coping mechanism itself. All right, okay. And then after that, I will basically communicate about how Tawhid can be embedded in the prison rehabilitation by aligning, all right, about concept of building resilience using the Tawhidic paradigm. And hopefully I can also communicate about the effectiveness. This is actually a propose or prospect. All right, prospect of effectiveness, right? It's not been tested yet, and it's an ongoing project, inshallah. It's been communicated with the prison, but of course, it's all about budgets, and also not just about budget, actually, willingness or participation as well. It's not easy to actually get prisoners to actively participate in such a big, like a program like this. Right, next. Right. So when I mentioned about the alignment part, of like Tawheed, with the prison rehabilitation, these are selected proposed elements right now that is most relevant based on the feedback provided by the former prisoners. First of all, they communicate about the higher purpose, understanding the fact that anything that happens in their life, including imprisonment or being involved in a violent, activities, there is actually a higher purpose to it, meaning that whatever happens to you, it's not just about what's happening right now. All right, it's about basically the metaphysical aspect, right, okay, of our purpose, and also the concept of existence of God that actually helps to reduce the feelings of loneliness, actually, right? Okay, and then another thing is that religious practices actually helps as a mean to further motivate, and also it can be a form of distraction as well while being in prison. I think the best way to explain about the religious practices, imagine this: you are between 4 walls, there's no window. And some of them don't even have anyone else to talk to. All they can do is actually pray and pray and pray, right? And this actually helps to maintain their sanity because it allows them to actually have something to pay their mind towards, right? Next. Right, and finally, hopefully I can actually write up the summary. Eventually, this is the final project and the final item. That's basically the main sell point of this chapter. The rehabilitation module is an ongoing process. This is actually I would say a revision of the prior rehabilitation module that I've actually written for another paper. Right, but this one, the additional aspect is that communicating about Tawhidic epistemology. Let's look at it one by one. From the start, the top, conduct psychological assessment. This is actually important because we need to treat every individual as different. It's important to actually assess their well-being and also assess their background. All right, and then identify personal coping mechanisms that is already working for them. Okay, because every individual, so presumably they have their own way of actually coping with any challenges, and then educate on Tawhidic epistemology. So from the former prisoners, they say that sometimes they look for knowledge. All right, they look for knowledge, they look for information. And what they have currently, most of the time, is sometimes they do have ustaz within the prison itself. Sometimes they actually just have someone that they look up to within the prison cell itself. If we can have a more structured program, perhaps it can be more helpful. All right, and then empower religious practices, follow up by it, and then assess growth. This is basically trying to assess effectiveness, all right, while they are in prison and hopefully after they have been released. Next. Right. So among the main insight that is actually summarizing overall, there is actually absolute utility of the Tawhidic paradigm or the Tawhidic epistemology, not only within the faith aspect, but also from the ritualistic practice aspect. Right? We can't be just all about you have to believe, you have to do something as well. Right? And then the concept of Tawhid can instill confidence among prisoners that they can build internal resilience. And this is, I wouldn't say it's proven, but it's actually basically among the consistent finding that we have throughout the research with 24 former prisoners. Right? Why 24? There's actually a very small number of them. There's about 500 overall, but not all of them are Muslim actually necessarily. Right? And basically the internal resilience can be built concurrently by also developing a relationship with God. Okay, and therefore, using all these concepts, hopefully we can build a new model for practice and basically test it out in the future. Right, next. So as a conclusion, the Tawhid paradigm is like the knowledge and values provided can be an asset. All right, and I think this is actually something that I do hope I can communicate and disseminate more to create an effective rehabilitation system for prisoners in Malaysia. And basically, the Tawhidi epistemology contains optimistic values of human nature. Right? It is going to be helpful, inshallah, or at least it can be presumed to be helpful in promoting growth for former prisoners to build resilience and bounce back during the reintegration process, especially. Right? That's it about me. Okay. So overall, this chapter provides an overview of the experiences of prisoners, and therefore we actually propose a module for rehabilitation through several interviews funded by the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade Australia, Rabda Academy, and also the International Islamic University of Malaysia. So there's a total of 3 different research that actually has contributed and interview with about 24 roughly former prisoners. Right? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nurumiza. Let's move on to the 4th presentation, which will be delivered by Associate Prof. Dr. Mariam and Prof. Mumtaz. So the title is Tawhidic Epistemology and Human Cognition, Unveiling the Foundational Principles. Prof, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Right. I have the pleasure to share with you my work in progress for a chapter that I plan to contribute to the Kuliah TE book project. The title is as stated, okay, as of this week and last week. Okay, there are a few times already the title changed. So I'm not very sure whether it's going to change again or not. But then as of today, the title is like that. And I am working with my colleague. Okay, he is, in my opinion, he is more than a colleague. He is my mentor. So I am working with Professor Mumtaz Muhammad Ali from RKUD. Unfortunately, Professor Mumtaz is not around today because he is currently at Medical Center at Kuantan. Okay. Right. Next, please. Right. To give you a context of what my chapter is all about. Okay, to give you a context, what my chapter is all about. I am writing on something I am writing on my area of specialization, that is cognitive psychology. Okay, and I am proposing that the study of human cognition, okay, be it when we conduct research or when we teach cognitive psychology, it has to be back to the real foundation, that is the Tawhid. Okay, and the main reference, rather than the reference from the Western textbook, we have to go back to the Quran and Sunnah. Okay, a bit more detail on cognitive psychology. This is especially to those who are not that familiar with psychology. So cognitive psychology is a subdiscipline in psychology that focus on studying human cognition, okay, or in other words, the mind or mental processes. So by definition, cognitive psychology is a scientific study of human cognition, the mind or mental processes. And it originates from the West, so logically, it is dominated by the secular paradigms, okay, which include empiricism, reductionism, and secular interpretation of the human mind. And fragmented view of human mind, okay, mechanistic in nature, because the most dominant framework to understand about human mind is information processing approach. And the basis for information processing approach is it views human mind as a machine, as an information processor. So the secular framework is highly mechanistic in nature. And in cognitive psychology as well, part, a big chunk of knowledge in cognitive psychology focus on the functional neuroanatomy of the brain, okay, because the mind is assumed to be in the brain. So in order for you to understand the mind, you cannot put aside the study of the brain, okay? So the focus is quite a lot, okay? There will always be coverage, 1 or 2 chapters on the neurobiological aspects of human mind. And definitely what is obvious is that in secular paradigm, lack of consideration for spiritual dimensions. And the current cognitive models explain how cognition works, but not why or to what purpose. Okay. So in this chapter, we are arguing that the absence of Tawhidic epistemology in cognitive psychology will lead to an incomplete understanding of human thought. Right. Regarding the rationale and contribution of this chapter is important because it situates the study of human cognition within the framework of Tawhidi epistemology, which emphasize the unity of knowledge under the oneness of Allah. Modern cognitive psychology explains cognition, which include the various mental processes such as perception, memory, reasoning, decision-making, purely from a secular, mechanistic, or neurobiological standpoint. And how this chapter add value to the field and addresses ummati or contemporary issues. It enriched the field of psychology by introducing a model that integrates faith, spirituality, and cognition, addressing the limitations of Western secular frameworks. These are the aims of my chapter: to reassess cognitive psychology through a Tawhidic lens, to unveil foundational principles of cognition rooted in divine unity, to propose an integrative framework for studying cognition that unites empirical evidence and spiritual truth. And I share with you as well our current chapter outline. And I believe that the gist for this chapter are at number 3, number 4, and number 5. And I have the pleasure to detail out a bit these 3 key highlights of our present chapter. So the first one is on reassessing cognitive psychology through Tawhidic lens. This is where we are going to critique and reinterpret cognition. Okay, so we are going to identify the limitation of the modern study of human cognition, and then reassess the cognitive processes through the Tawhidic lens. So this will set the stage for unveiling the foundational principles that Tawhidic epistemology can contribute. The second key arguments, okay, there will be a section on the implication for the study of human cognition. This is where we are going to draw out the implications to show how Tawhidic principle address these gaps. Okay, this is where we are going to unveiling the foundational principles and how these principles can then give impact or result that can be a guide to guide us in conducting our research, theory as well as pedagogy. So, for example, okay, the unity of knowledge. This is one principle, unity of knowledge. This morning, director talked about on the divine unity. Okay, so this is one principle. Cognition cannot be fragmented, okay, into only mechanistic parts. Okay. Another principle is purposefulness. Cognitive functions are tied to moral and existential ends, not merely efficiency. And then the integration of rational and spiritual faculties. Cognition is holistic, connecting logic, emotion, and faith. Okay, and another section in the present chapter is on how we revisit the study or the conceptualization of human cognition. So this is where we are going to write on a new model of cognition, okay, that will guide us Muslim cognitive psychologists, presenting a unified Tawhidic framework of cognition. So this is the section where we are going to propose on how to reconstruct the idea of human cognition in line with the Tawhid. For example, okay, when we are discussing one cognitive process known as perception, we are going to integrate or we are going to talk or write on the principle of shuhud, okay, or witnessing that guide humans toward truth. When we study about attention, another cognitive process, we are tying it up to the principle of moral orientation or spirituality. Accountable act of directing consciousness toward the beneficial and away from the harmful, which means that when we discuss or conduct research relating to attention, we can highlight on its function for ma'ruf and munkar, okay? And then for memory, principle of zikir. Okay, so in studying memory as a cognitive process, it is not just purely cognitive, but then tie it as a cognitive spiritual act. And then another cognitive process, reasoning, principle of discernment between truth and falsehood, problem solving, principle of justice and benefits, and decision making, principle of accountability before God. So Tawhidic epistemology as the foundational principles that underpin the study of human cognition. In the conclusion, we would like to emphasize that in studying cognitive psychology, in conducting research involving human cognition, we would like to argue that it must be reoriented to reflect the unity of knowledge, self, and purpose under Tawhid. The mind in our context, in using the mind in the Tawhidi epistemology context, is not just a biological organ, but a spiritual faculty designed for recognizing the absolute truth. And last but not least, I believe that this project is so timely because it encouraged further interdisciplinary work that bridge together psychology, theology, and philosophy. And my acknowledgement goes first of all to the kuliah, okay, as well as the dean, as well as our HOR for this very important project, okay. And I also would like to give credit to my colleagues at the Department of Psychology, okay. We are here, we are in this together, learning and supporting each other. And also for the current leadership of Department of Psychology for her strong support, okay, to this project. And last but not least, to my co-author, okay, because a significant portion of the current chapter, the credit goes to Professor Dr. Mumtaz. That's all from me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mariam. Let's move on to the next presentation. The title is Workplace Spirituality for Work-Life Balance from an Islamic Perspective by Dr. Zunaida and Associate Professor Dr. Nurazura. The floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Nara. I said just now to our heart, Dr. Ruby, that what I will be presenting today is, it is a baby. I mean, research in progress, and it is in at initial stage, not the progress research that we can see from majority of presenters are presenting or presented, most of them or majority of them progress research, right? But my research still at the beginning. So I welcome opinions and feedback from all of you, especially my title. You can see I park under psychology, although I was minoring in psychology, but I'm not talking too much, or basically I'm not really focusing on psychological aspect. And my partner is Associate Professor Dr. Nur Azura Muhammadiyah from Sociology. I think my topic should be part on with sociology. I don't know why my topic is part here. Okay. So basically, as I said, this is a baby of my research. I mean, when actually I did a research on work-life balance, because work-life balance for me especially, I did a research by interviewing special parents, mothers, okay, with special children, because I'm a special parent with special need children. So I did research on work-life balance. And throughout my research on work-life balance, I came across this workplace spirituality as one of the concepts related to work-life balance. So I believe all of you know this concept, work-life balance. Is actually, yeah, indeed, is a critical aspect of modern professional life. Correct? All of you agree, right? Requiring individuals to harmonize their professional responsibilities with personal commitments while sustaining productivity and well-being. Within the Islamic framework, workplace spirituality, rooted in Tawhidic minds, offers a profound means of achieving work-life balance by fostering mental resilience. It's very important for us in academia, right? Emotional stability and a sense of purpose. This paper explores the role of workplace spirituality enhancing work-life balance from an Islamic perspective, emphasizing how spiritual values contribute to a balanced life. If you noted in the Congress book, Islamic perspective is not mentioned there. I don't know why, but when I submitted this title, there is no amendment, but maybe I don't know why it is removed. Maybe just typo, yeah. But basically, I did not receive any feedback from editors or from anyone regarding my title. So it is like this, except that in the book, there is without Islamic perspective. Okay, so existing literature suggests that workplace spirituality enhances job satisfaction by instilling a sense of meaning in work, aligning individual goals with organizational values, and fostering a sense of community. Moreover, workplace spirituality has been shown to influence well-being directly or indirectly, with work-life balance serving as a moderating factor. The moderating factor is work-life balance, okay, in job satisfaction and employee engagement. So, by integrating Islamic spiritual values into the workplace, organizations can foster a culture of compassion, ethical leadership, and mutual support while avoiding negative practices such as nepotism, cronyism, favoritism, dishonesty, exploitation, and workplace discrimination, thereby enhance the overall productivity and employee well-being. So this is the proposed structure of the chapter. As I said, I welcome especially those who specialize in workplace spirituality related to work-life balance. So suggested here the themes or main sections for our chapter: the concept of work-life balance from Islamic perspective, the concept of workplace spirituality, Tawhidic mind and Islamic workplace spirituality, Islamic workplace spirituality and work-life balance, and practical guidance on implementation of Islamic workplace spirituality, last but not least, conclusion and recommendation. So here are some key arguments. The concept of work-life balance. Actually, there are many definitions given by the researchers on work-life balance. But basically, we can conclude that or summarize that work-life balance fundamentally entails maintaining stability between professional obligations and personal responsibilities while ensuring productivity in both domains. In both domains means professional and personal. So based on my research I did by interviewing special parents, mothers only, the findings indicate that the understanding of the meaning of work-life balance varies among mothers, aligning with the statement that, okay, so basically there is one research mentioned that there is no single meaning or definition of work-life balance, as every one of us has different priorities and different life, and it's subject to vary over time, often on daily basis. For example, today, do you have work-life balance or not? Today. How about yesterday? How about tomorrow? So every day, do we have same work-life balance, or it's differ between, day to day? Okay. So work-life balance from Islamic perspective, Islamic teachings in Quran and Hadith provide principles that encourages balanced life, considering work as a form of worship, ibadah, we know that, promoting taking responsibility and care, emphasizing social well-being, while acknowledging individual needs and rights and capability. So there are many verses which support this work-life balance from Islamic perspective, either from Quran and Hadith. For example, I mentioned here in Surah Al-Jumu'ah, from Quran in Surah Al-Jumu'ah, Surah Al-Qasas, Surah Al-Baqarah, and many hadiths. There are many hadiths from Sahih Bukhari, yeah. Most of them from Sahih Bukhari and Sunan Abu Dawud. Most of the hadiths from Sahih Al-Bukhari. Okay, now we move to workplace spirituality. Actually, this is a new dimension that includes employees' search for meaning and interconnectedness. The concept of spirituality has extended from an individual point of view to an organizational point of view, and explained that organization should frame its values so that employees can experience transcendence in their progress and also facilitate the environments in which they are connected to others with the feeling of joy and completeness. We can say maybe there are many other domains related to workplace spirituality, but here we highlighted these 4 domains regarding workplace spirituality: meaning in work, alignment with organizational values, sense of community, and enhanced well-being. So, by integrating in Tawhidic mind in Islamic workplace spirituality, within organization, the Tawhidic mind serves as a paradigm that guides decision-making and leadership by aligning individual responsibilities with collective well-being. This foundation extends naturally into Islamic workplace spirituality, wherein work is imbued with taqwa, God consciousness, and purpose, fostering intrinsic motivation, ethical conduct, and a sense of shared accountability. And Islamic workplace spirituality and work-life balance. So how this is interrelated means workplace spirituality, the Islamic workplace spirituality and work-life balance. Islamic work-life balance spirituality, Islamic workplace spirituality supports work-life balance by framing work as ibadah and encouraging moderation, taqwa, and justice, thereby fostering harmony between professional duties and personal responsibilities. So practical guidance on implementation of Islamic workplace spirituality. This is actually based on one research. Maybe I can use this as framework to write on practical guidance on implementation of Islamic workplace spirituality. So you can see here, it is interconnected between work-life balance, workplace spirituality, employee well-being, and job satisfaction. Conclusion, Islamic workplace spirituality nurtures work-life balance by framing both professional and personal responsibility as act of ibadah, which strengthens employees' sense of amanah toward their organization and deepens their belonging within it. When organizations embed spiritual values such as taqwa, shura, and ihsan, employees experience harmony between work and life, fostering not only inner tranquility, but also loyalty, commitment, and genuine attachment to the organization. But I believe all of us love Garden of Knowledge and Virtue, right? Our IUM. Bitaufiq, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So any feedback, please send to my email. Shukran.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Zunaida. Let's move on to the sixth presentation by Dr. Taufik. The title is Adolescent Sexual Health from a Developmental and Quranic Perspective. The floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So, thank you very much everyone for having me, where I will be sharing what I will be doing and what I have done for my chapter for the TE project, which is titled Adolescent Sexual Health from a Developmental and Quranic Perspective. So, by developmental here, I am specifically referring to developmental psychological perspective, right? So, I believe that this is an important topic because it directly responds to a critical social issue that we are facing as a society right now. Like, for example, there is a study that records that among the population that they have studied, around 7% of adolescents are engaging in premarital sexual intercourse or sexual activity. And similarly, according to the Institute of Public Health Malaysia, around 7% of adolescents are having sex as well. So probably in your mind, 7% is not that much. It is a minority of a group. However, because of this minority, it impacts a lot on our on the aspect of our public health. Because of this minority of a group, we are facing with a lot of problems regarding teenage pregnancies, baby dumping, which has a lot of impact on our public health. So that is why it is an important thing to study. And it is also an important thing to study from an Islamic perspective as well. So, according to World Health Organization, sexual health is a state of physical, emotional, mental, and social well-being in relation to sexuality. So, according to this definition, it is not enough that for an individual to achieve a sexual health or sexual well-being, that it is free, that the person is free from any sexual diseases. They must also achieve sexual well-being as well. So, there are two prongs that need to be considered when we want to consider sexual health in a particular group of population. So obviously in secular literature, there are a lot of the scholars in that part of the world have given a lot of emphasis and focus on adolescent sexual health from every discipline that you can imagine. But it is quite lacking when it comes to understanding the Muslim adolescents specifically. Yes, there have been some Muslim scholars who are talking about Muslim adolescent sexual health in specific, but for me, their writing is more philosophical, which is important. However, for the next stage, I believe what is also important is for us to look into how we can practically address adolescent sexual health, because it is as important as understanding it from a philosophical perspective as well. All right. So basically, what I have planned for my chapter in the TE project is for me to divide my writing into 3 sub-chapters. So basically my presentation here is only to give you a teaser of what I will write, rather than going very deep regarding what I have written. And if you are interested, of course, then please read the chapter, as soon as it is published, in a very near future, I hope. So, as I said just now, I have divided my chapter into 3 sub-chapters. So for the first sub-chapter, I am going to talk about the overview of how developmental psychology views adolescent sexual health and adolescent sexual development and adolescent sexual behavior. So in this line of discussion, I am going to talk about the aspect of normativity, the normative milestones in adolescent sexual development and so on. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in the next slide. For my second subchapter, I'm going to finally examine adolescent sexual health from the Quranic and prophetic traditions. So in here, we can find a lot of insights, from Quran and also from Hadith in regard to the practical strategies that we can introduce in our interventions when we want to help our adolescents to regulate their sexual health and also their sexual behavior. And finally, in the third subchapter, I am going to acknowledge the polarity and also the discrepancies that we can find and observe between these 2 perspectives. However, upon deeper examination, we are going to find some overlapping element that I believe is the most important part in understanding adolescent sexual health. So let's take a look into the first subchapter that I have planned on doing. So as I said just now, the first subchapter is going to deal with the developmental psychological perspective in understanding adolescent sexual development and adolescent sexual health. So in this regard, the first thing that I will tackle in the subchapter is the aspect of normativity. So recently, a lot of scholars in the field of developmental psychology, they have tried to transition in viewing adolescent sexuality from a risk-based to a positive point of view. Why this is important? Because according to these scholars, they believe that adolescent sexuality could also be a platform and a source for their well-being as well, which is contradictory to their earlier assumption of adolescent sexuality. Because earlier they thought that, as long as adolescent is exploring their sexuality, it's bad. If adolescent is exploring their sexuality, it's risky. So we should not encourage that. So this is a very risk-based and medicalized kind of point of view. So right now they believe that no, that is wrong. We also need to consider that their sexuality can also be the source of their well-being as well. So because of this transition of views, they have now begun to talk a lot more about the normative aspect. So the definition of normative normative development is the most typical development that happens at average, that happens regularly among regular adolescents. So because of the regular aspect of the development, it is not harmful for them. So that is what it means by normative development. And after that, after understanding what normative development is, then my next writing is regarding the examination of the normative milestones in adolescent sexual development. So briefly, in the writing, I am going to list down what happens first, what happens after, from a multifaceted angles, from a biological angle, from a I want to say socioeconomic. So, psychomotor angle of the adolescents as well, and so on. Okay, and then finally, I am going to discuss regarding the aspect of regulating adolescent sexual health from the perspective of the theory of human ecology. In this regard, I am going to use Bronfenbrenner's theory of human ecology to see what kind of interventions that are effective for the different systems that exist within a child's life. So from for example, from a microsystemic level, what kind of interventions that have been shown in past literature that are effective in regulating adolescent sexual health, and also from a macrosystemic levels as well, and so on. So that is the writing that I'm going to do in order to end this kind of this subchapter for my writing. Secondly, in the second subchapter, finally, I am going to delve deeper into the Islamic perspective of adolescent sexual health. So in this regard, what I am going to write about is regarding how Islam focuses on particular characters that are important in helping adolescents to regulate their sexual behavior. So there are different characters that have been discussed in Al-Quran and also in Hadith. So the first one is regarding modesty or haya. So modesty from an Islamic point of view is not only about being modest, but also about conscientiousness and also about shame. So what they are talking about is that when it comes to the concept of shame, it is not only it should not only carry a negative connotation. It also should carry a positive connotation in order to help adolescents realize that some parts of their behavior are shameful and should be avoided. So that is what it means by modesty from an Islamic perspective. And it is also aligned with one study in past literature regarding reintegrative shaming by Braithwaite. So according to Braithwaite, he says that by shaming the behavior rather than the person, we could instill and promote positive behaviors among the adolescents. And secondly, the character that is necessary for a healthy sexual development is regarding maturity. So, or bulugh al-rashid. And so, according to the Islamic perspective, it is not enough for us to only consider the biological or physical puberty that every adolescent will experience, but also the cognitive maturity that allows the adolescents to also differentiate between the rights and wrongs. And then finally, I'm also going to talk about self-control, which helps adolescents in guide their nafs. So I'm also going to talk about the aspect of riyadatun nafs that has been talked about by Al-Ghazali and also Al-Bakhi, and also regarding the three types of nafs that are going to be very much related to how we can guide adolescents to instill a higher level and stronger level of sense of self-control. And then finally, of course, because this is the one that has been emphasized by the Islamic perspective, I'm also going to discuss regarding how marriage is prescribed as the only lawful outlet in expressing sexual desire. And finally, in the third subchapter, I'm going to harmonize the two perspectives. So firstly, in the writing, I am going to acknowledge the polarity between the two perspectives. I'm going to talk about the discrepancies and also the conflicts, the seemingly conflicting views that these perspectives have. However, if we delve deeper into these two perspectives, we are going to see one overlapping element. And I argue that this element is the one that is going to very much help adolescents in regulating their sexual health as well. So, the overlapping element that I am going to introduce in this chapter is regarding meaningful abstinence. Because the abstinence strategy that we are employing right now as Muslim parents is abstinence-only strategy, and it does not really work according to past studies. So in this subchapter, I am going to talk about how abstinence can be tweaked in order to really respond to the adolescent needs in regard to their sexual development. And that's it. Thank you very much. Again, I also would like to, if you are interested in knowing further, please feel free to email me, as shown over there. If you are interested to know further, I'm very happy to discuss regarding this topic with you. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Taufik. Let's move on to the next presenter, Dr. Pamilia and Associate Professor Dr. Said. The title is Reintegrating the Soul, a Tawhidic Framework for Psycho-Spiritual Healing and Mental Health Practice.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Oops, okay. Assalamualaikum, and thank you so much, Madam Moderator, and also a very, very warm salam and good afternoon as well to our HRD, and also to our Committee for Research and our Head of Research as well, and all respectable panelists and all session speakers, as well as guests who are here, professors and doctors. Thank you so much for joining us today. So this is our title, and my wonderful co-author is sitting over there, Dr. Said Muhsin. So we are aiming to reintegrate the soul through a Tawhidic framework for psycho-spiritual healing and mental health practice. But before that, can I please invite you to imagine that this lecture theater right now is an ocean. So on one side of the ocean, you have some waves of modern psychology and research and practice. And on the other side of the ocean, you have the waves of spirituality and faith-based and value-based wisdom and divine wisdom. So what usually happens in the past is that there is a sort of disconnect. There have been attempts to reconnect it, but most of past literature or in most of historical research in the past have actually found that they lean towards one side of the wave more than the other. And so what we are all here today, taking time away from our usual aspects and what we're doing is actually to come here today in the vision of Tawhidic epistemology in order to bridge the two waves with the attempt to do that. So that's what we are aiming to do right now. So a little bit of introduction here. So we know that modern psychology usually is more fragmented in its aspects, and what we're aiming towards is a more holistic and more holism aspect here. So we're actually proposing a Tawhidic psycho-spiritual integration framework as a product that will come out of this chapter. And this is a model that is needed to realign the soul's faculties. So we know that we've been hearing this from morning as well, and I think it's wonderful to be reminded of the nafs and the kalb, akal, and the roh to be united in unified faith congruent framework for healing and well-being. And okay. So as we are very familiar with, or maybe some of us might be new to this as well, we can see that there are actually a lot of holistic models out there by Al-Balkhi and Al-Ghazali, Ibn Sina, Professor Malik Badri's Tawhidic psychology as well. There are very wonderful aspects and frameworks that are existing. And also there are many other modern psychology as well that we are very familiar with as well. So we can see that there can be more that we can do right now in the aspect of proposing a psycho-spiritual framework. One of the essence behind it, and being a clinical psychologist, I noticed that a lot of my clients, when they have a lot of trauma or depressive symptoms, a lot of times it comes back to their root cause, the root cause of the issue. And we usually tell people when someone is hurting, we say, we will pray for you. We pray that God will give you more strength. And what we add now is that we pray that God will heal your soul, not just your emotions and your mind. Because really, when we're dealing with someone with psychological issues, we can see the soul is really wounded. There is a wounded soul there. There's trauma, even though our minds might forget, but our body remembers. And our soul remembers as well. So we're going back to the roots here in order to heal this very core of ourself. So the rationale of this chapter would be to provide a theoretical foundation and a practical psycho-spiritual framework. So this framework is not aimed to stop at theoretical and model development. It's going to be a practical framework in which we hope that it will be applied in a setting of like mental health as well. So here the gap that we can see, of course, that we are familiar with, fragmentism and holism. A lot of existing adaptations aim to be very piecemeal. So I think I like what Professor Malik Badri said. A lot of times people are so caught up into trying to integrate into an existing Western model. And he proposes, why not use an Islamic model as your main basis and then find ways to use that as your root. Then you can incorporate some psychological integration if you want, but the root, so it's the other way around, rather than a piecemeal approach to adapt just merely in that way. So we are proposing this particular Tawhidic psychospiritual integration. It's actually a TPSI by Chris Kang, actually someone who coined this, but he coined it as psychospiritual integration, only the PSI in 2003. So our model right now would be through a Tawhidic lens then. So we will propose a TPSI here in order to show that, you know, instead of fragmenting the soul into isolated functions, we want to restore the connectivity, the coherence across a holistic model. Sorry about this. I'm not sure why. But this is basically our structure of our chapter. We have the introduction, we have the foundations, we will talk about the framework and the applications. Using this methodological approach called the intervention mapping, it's a very clear and process-oriented approach. Starts off with the needs assessment, which we aim to do through qualitative research, and then we would then look at change objectives. In other words, psychological and spiritual change goals. This will be our main objective as well. And then designing a framework in which that it could actually link theory and practice. So looking at a Tawhidic lens as well as looking at a psychological lens. And then we would develop this, design this, and in the end, consolidate this module through a Tawhidic intervention framework. We will be stopping here for the chapter. We will not be doing the implementation and evaluation as yet. Perhaps our future students could do that as well. And together we could learn and do that together. So the key arguments basically is the Tawhidic epistemology as the foundation of healing and the proposition of the holistic model of the soul to be used as a psychospiritual intervention and the practical application of this. So I would now like to share with you that because we look at the healing, the soul, definitely in need of a Tawhidic paradigm, and to restore this coherence among the faculties that we have in a person, in us. So providing Muslim practitioners and other communities as well, who will be able to use it through this culturally congruent model, so that instead of psychology and spirituality competing, it will be complementing one another. Let me share with you a little bit of what I shared in Triple IT workshop as well. So I like what our previous presenter, Dr. Radatul, also shared with us about Said Nursi's teachings. We will be looking at Risalatin Nur as well, because I think you can see Ustaz Said Nursi really talks a lot about hardships and growth and very much into gratitude, kana'ah. And I think this is a very important basis. We will also be looking at this Islamic concept of self. This is one of my favorite models as well by Abdul Rahman, talking about this iceberg. And it's a very nice model for us to look at our roots. And this is a multidimensional framework that Dr. Said Muhsin and me proposed in 2023, actually, in integrating the Maqasid Sharia with also the positive psychology framework. It's just something that we were proposing as being able to be used as an intervention as well in psychospirituality. And this was published in 2023 in the Journal of Usuluddin and Fiqh. So this is a little bit of sneak preview into our chapter. We really welcome more feedback if you would like to share with us. And we look forward to writing this chapter, completing it, and being able to also enhance that knowledge by looking at others' chapters as well. So thank you so much, everyone. Salam.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Pamilia. Let's move on to the eighth presentation for today. So the title is Tawhidic Model of Islamic Parenting, Quranic Wisdom from Surah Luqman, verses 12 to 19 by Associate Professor Dr. Nazaria and Dr. Hassan Sulaiman.
Right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum to everyone. All right. Thank you, Inara, as the master of ceremony. All right. Okay. My topic for today is related to the chapter for the Tawhidic epistemology book, in which I'm trying to see how the Quran explain about the parenting aspect. All right. So I'm very sure that everyone are familiar with different approach of parenting from Western perspective, namely authoritative, authoritarian, uninvolved, pessimism. All right. So this is a kind of approaches that we are familiar with. Okay, but then how or why I am interested to look into the wisdom from Surah Luqman with regard to Islamic perspective. Okay? All right. So many modern parenting theories originate from Western secular contexts, which emphasize individualism and externally driven behavior, meaning that here, okay, they emphasize on the individualistic. They are looking into the self-reliance, okay, how you can be an individual who are successful in this world. So they are creating a kind of parenting practices that will create this kind of outcome in their children. So they promote their children to be independent, to express their feeling. If parents advise them something and they are against that, it is okay as long as it is in line with the culture of the society. All right. The second part of the Western perspective that I can see that is only focusing on the external aspect, the behavior, the cognitive outcome. They don't look into the spiritual aspect most of the time. All right. So applying this model, okay, without careful evaluation can create conflict with Islamic principles which are rooted in the divine guidance. So meaning that here, when parents are so eager to bring the Islamic teaching into the parenting practices, but children are opposed to that. So what would the parents do? Are they going to be tolerate with that, or they are going to be very straight in emphasizing what they want? So what is actually the right thing to do? Because most of the time what they see in the society are those who are practicing the Western parenting approach. But what they know from the Quran is something that different. So they are in conflict at that time, right? So due to that, okay, this chapter is being established to propose a comprehensive Quranically grounded parenting model derived from the wisdom of Luqman and Surah Luqman in Surah Luqman verses 12 to 19, right? So Surah Luqman consists more than 6 ayah, but I'm focusing only from the ayah 12 to 19, right? There will be many more in the Quran that guide parents how to be a good Muslim parents. But for this chapter, I'm only focused to this ayah from the Surah Luqman. All right. Okay. Let us look into the rationale and what are the contribution of my chapter. Okay, so why this chapter is important? There is a critical need for parenting framework grounded in Tawhidic epistemology to guide Muslim parents in nurturing a generation that is both spiritually grounded and equipped to handle the contemporary challenges. So this is something that I hope through this chapter, new parents especially who have the generation of this alpha generation or digital generation, they can instill something that are important derived from the Quran that can create resilience in their children when the children are being exposed to a lot of information through the social media, right? So the contribution of this chapter is that it hope to provide a synthesized and practical model that address this gap, offering parents to divine framework for raising children who can succeed in the life and the hereafter. Because I think that when we bring what are being taught by Allah in the Quran, okay, it will be very important to create an individual who are not only success in this world, but also in the hereafter, because it consists of the teaching that include all domain of development, including also the spiritual domain. All right. Now, these are the structure of my chapter. The first one is the evaluation of the Western parenting norms. Okay. Second is the foundation, the Tawhidic epistemology. Okay, what do we mean by Tawhidic epistemology? And then the thematic analysis of the Surah Luqman and the key principle of the Tawhidic parenting model, and the last one is the conclusion. So I don't have many subtopic in my chapter. It only consists of the 5 subtopic. All right. Let us look into some key argument or insight that I found, okay, from the Surah Luqman, verse 12 to 19, in the aspect of parenting. The first one is the primacy of Tawhid. Okay, so the important aspect in the development of the children that need to be included in the parenting practices is the introduction to the Tawhid or the oneness of God. Okay, so I'm very sure that everyone here who are the Muslim parents, for sure you are exposing your children to Tawhid, teaching your children about the oneness of God. Okay. The absolute foundation of parenting is instilling the concept of Allah, oneness, and warning against the shirk. This shape the child's entire worldview. So when we talk about Tawhid here, the oneness of God, it includes the understanding about the characteristic of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the uluhiyah and the rububiyah. So if the children are being exposed to this kind of the oneness of God, so they will fall in love with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and they are more likely to know who is God. They know that God is merciful, God are all-knowing in spite of the challenges that they are facing, right? Second, cultivating the gratitude, shukr, and also God consciousness, that is taqwa. The model emphasizes teaching children gratitude to Allah. So means here is that children will be taught by their parents about how to be thankful to Allah, okay, in which everything that they have in their life is actually the kind of the gift from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. All right. So by knowing that what they have, okay, that they can breathe, that they can eat is coming from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So therefore, they are more likely to believe that Allah is only one, and they will not associate Allah with something else. Okay. Okay. second is fostering an awareness that Allah is all-knowing, which build accountability and mindfulness. Okay, so in the Western perspective, they talk about reinforcement by Skinner. All right, so meaning that here, okay, if you do right thing, okay, then you will be reinforced and you are going to repeat that behavior. So if you do wrong behavior, you will be punished and you will not repeat that behavior. But what happened when nobody is there? Are you going to steal the chocolate or not? Okay, because no one will punish you. All right. So according to Western perspective, okay, they talk about the punishment when someone see you are doing the wrong behavior and you will be administered with punishment. But here, when we talk about taqwa, God consciousness, children will not do wrong behavior because they believe that Allah is everywhere watching for him, even though you cannot hide what are in your heart. Right. Okay, the third one is developing adab. So in this Surah Luqman verses 12 to 19, okay, it also bring the insight about the importance of building the adab and social responsibility. If we can instill that in the young generation, okay, so meaning that here what they receive from the social media, from other culture, are not going to influence them because they already know that, okay, from the parenting that being taught by the parents, these are what are mentioned in the Quran and they will follow that. Right. Okay, as a conclusion, okay, the key takeaway, a return to Quranic wisdom as exemplified by the parenting model in Surah Luqman, offer a powerful and holistic framework for navigating the complexity of modern parenting. Okay, many parents, especially in this digital era, they are very afraid about their children's development, especially when they cannot control a lot of the information that coming to their children. All right. So what can they do, okay, in order to make sure that their children develop very well, not only in terms of physical, cognitive, and also social, emotional, but also a very strong faith, a strong soul, all right? So this is where hopefully this chapter can provide some insight for the parents how to develop that kind of resilience. The final message is that this Tawhidic model aims to nurture a generation that is spiritually resilient, ethically responsible, and capable of integrating their faith in every aspect of their life. All right? Okay. With that, I would like to thank everyone. And should you have any question and interested to discuss more, you can contact me and also the co-author of the chapter, okay, Dr. Hassan Sulaiman from the Fiqh and Usul Fiqh department. Okay, thank you very much. Salam.
Thank you, Dr. Nazar. So we've come to the final presentation for today. So the title is Psychological Implications for Human Attitudes and Behaviors Towards the Environment by Dr. Norillah and Dr. Nan Nur Hidayu. The floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, so my slide is going to be very simple, very short. So because the research is still progressing, okay, just to give some theoretical framework, okay. All right, so please move. Okay, so this is the introduction. The global environmental crisis demand not only a scientific and economic solution, but also spiritual and psychological perspective. Okay, so the purpose of this research is to explore the role of Tawheed, oneness of Allah, in shaping human attitudes and behaviors towards the environment. Okay. So the rationale and for this paper, okay, so to integrate the Islamic theology with the psychology for sustainability, okay, and then position Tawheed as a foundation for environmental ethics and contribute to ummati issues of climate change and ecological responsibility. And then the structure of the chapter. So basically, here, Tawheed as a foundational principle in Islamic thought. And then we're going to look at the elements of Tawheed and how it can affect this environment. Okay, and then the literature review on Islamic teaching and psychological perspective. And the findings from this, okay, implication of the Tawheed, so affect the humility, accountability, moderation, the spiritual connection, and implication of these studies in education, policy, community, and also well-being. Okay. All right, so the key arguments or insight from this paper, okay, so we're going to look at this Tawheed instill humility, accountability, moderation, and the spiritual connection with the nature. And then Quranic and prophetic teachings align with modern psychology, no contradiction. Okay, so but the only thing is that when we emphasize more on the Tawheed, it will be more stable. Okay. In motivating sustainable behavior. So applying Tawheed to education, the policy and community enhances ecological sustainability and psychological well-being. And the conclusion from this research, we look at the Tawheed provide a robust theological and psychological foundation for environmental ethics. Human as Khalifah must uphold balance, mizan, and avoid excess, israf, and holistic model that integrates spirituality, psychology, and ecology offers solution to contemporary environmental challenges. And we talk about Tawheed, so one of the methods to inculcate the understanding of Tawheed must start from the, of course, the family, and also followed by the educational institution. So like in Malaysia, for example, the primary school, so need to emphasize on the curriculum so that, you know, students from the very early age, right, so will understand the concept of oneness of Allah. So that's why this is where it developed the feeling of love towards taking care of the environment. Okay, and then it followed by the secondary school in the curriculum. Okay, understanding of the Tawheed need to be further strengthened, and then if possible in the universities level as well, right? So this is where the environmental crisis can be solved. Okay, inshallah. So that's all for my paper. And okay, this is my email, my co-author's email, if you have any suggestion or improvement. Okay, right, that's all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much to Doctor. We are very much ahead of our time actually, so I believe that we can afford more time for question and answer. So I would like to invite the audience here. Should you have any question, there's a mic that you can use to ask. Okay, is there any question? Okay, yes, please, Doctor.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I think, although I was late, I did get some gist from the lesson from Surah Al-Luqman. My question is, our good doctor, do we have in that chapter about Surah Al-Luqman any inferences to the importance of qudwah or example in the educational advices of Luqman, right? I said this because a lot of the things mentioned there in terms of theory, concept has already been understood for so long. But in practice, it doesn't happen into the behavior of the people. Okay, into the behavior of the people. So is there anything in that chapter that has inferences to this? Thank you very much.
I believe the question is directed to Dr. Nazareth. Would like to answer? Sorry, yeah. Yes, please.
I think I need to say something. I think the second or the third paper just now was talking about, I cannot remember, Doctor. It says like spirituality, workplace spirituality. I think it's big. I think better to use another term, like if you say you're in workplace, what do you mean by spirituality? Spirituality within the workplace itself, or among the people? If you use the word like harmony, peace, or some other word, I don't know. I cannot remember now. I cannot recollect whatever good word to be used. But spirituality is a bit too much in workplace. It's workplace too general, and spirituality also very specific. So it doesn't mesh. Just an observation only. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I believe that's directed to Dr. Zunaida, but perhaps we would like to hear answer from Dr. Nazareth first. You would like to? Yeah. You can use the mic up there.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Dato, for that comments. All right. Yeah, it's a very scary, okay, for all parents, okay, to know that when the children are doing something that is inconsistent what they have taught them, okay. I think every parents are experiencing that, but this is where, to me, in this chapter, I'm trying to bring the discussion, okay, in which, as the parents, we can combine or integrate, okay, the existing strategy of parenting with the focus of the principle or the element that are being explained in the Quran. So by combining and integrating the strategy, for example, in the authoritative, they are talking about the high love to the children, care to the children, the high ability to communicate, to set the demand, and also monitoring the children, okay? And then if they combine with the input that we learn from these verses, there will be a low risk for the children to behave in the opposite what we are being taught. Okay, so that is number one, right? So that is, to me, our effort as the parents. So inshallah, with this strategy and also what need to be instilled in the children based on these verses, children will develop to be a resilient Muslim and a good Muslim. However, in the Quran also, we are being taught with the story of Nabi Noah, all right, in which, okay, parents have tried the best to bring their children into the right path, but then who are us when the plan of Allah is different? Right. So to me, as the parents, okay, we can try our best, but the rest is in the hand of Allah, takdir of Allah. But I still emphasize that we need to make the best effort. All right. So if our effort is not enough yet, we need to educate ourselves more. We need to try different strategy, but those aspect that are being taught by Luqman to the children need to be instilled, need to be developed in the children. Okay, Dato', that's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nazar. And Dato', do you have further comment to give to the answer? No. Okay, maybe we can move to Dr. Zunaida. Now we have a mic here. Oh, yeah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, Dato' Dr. Baharudin. I welcome your feedback. I humbly again would like to stress that my topic, my title with my co-author actually still at the beginning. But the workplace spirituality, if you search, basically, it is in existing literature, not only one, two, but many actually. So that's why we can see the paradigm or diagram, how workplace spirituality interrelated to work-life balance, and as well as job satisfaction. So basically, if I have to go deeper to debate or to discuss about workplace spirituality, then I welcome your feedback because I know that is more philosophy to discuss about workplace spirituality concept and definition. Okay. So far for work-life balance, even we can see that we can debate the concept of work-life balance, right? So the same thing for workplace spirituality, but I really welcome that and I opener for me as the main author, and I would like to welcome any feedback through to my email. So that is what important in sharing knowledge, right? Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Zunaida. Yeah, Dr. Rohaya want to say something? No. Oh, okay, sure.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I have a question for the last presentation. I believe it is from Dr. Norillah and Dr. Nan. Very interesting topic. I'm just interested to know what is the research methodology used, research design used in this study, and how do the findings, which are humility, accountability, moderation, and also spiritual connection, is related to both attitudes and behavior? Because I'm teaching social psychology basically, so we talk about attitudes and behavior. So I just would like to know, how do we relate this with attitudes and behavior? Maybe it is good for me as takeaway notes to share in my class. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for the question. So basically, as I told you, it's quite the research is progressing. Okay, so what comes to our mind that the methodology that we're going to use will be based on the conceptual analysis. We were going to analyze the verses of the Quran. Okay, so we're going to discuss about the concept of Tawheed, the important elements in the Tawheed and its implication. Okay, and then we're going to relate that to the important issues related to the environment. Okay, it is based on the literature reviews done by others. So basically, this is what we have in our mind, right? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the answer. Dr. Said, I believe you have a question.
Thank you very much. What's really interesting session. My question or suggestion to Dr. Tawfiq's presentation, which is, I think, which is about a very pressing topic in the society about the adolescent sexual health, right? So I think there is a huge scope of integration from a fiqh perspective here, because you talked about marriage, and sometimes Islam is being attacked, like highlighting the punishment of rajm and the stoning. Islam is very inhuman, but the stoning part is the last part, the final. Before that, Islam is teaching about several steps, beginning with, for example, in the chapter of Salah, fiqh, in the chapter of prayer and the wudu, and the teaching about the children. It's talking about the separating the male child from the female child in terms of their bedding and this and that. Secondly, the fiqhun nikah is very much related to that. So I think when this topic is being discussed, of course, we have to look into the Quran and Sunnah dimensions, the related ayat and hadith. Also, how these ayahs have been juxtaposed or put into the real practical life through the fiqh Islamic jurisprudence would be really great. And the percentage is the 7% which you mentioned. Is it a global level or Malaysian? Both. I recently read a newspaper article, especially about these rising HIV cases in the university settings or within the campus and outside. I read different statistics actually. So this topic has to be really emphasized and brought into these practical things, especially to our younger generation. And I have something maybe I can share with you. One of my FIP student has written about sexual education for the university students, a practical model in the Malaysian educational scenario, inshallah. Thank you very much for this interesting topic, and congratulations to all the presenters which really enlightened the session. Jazakumullah khair. Thank you.
Okay, any more question or comment or suggestion? Okay, yes, please, Datuk.
Thank you very much. Since we have time and it's good to share with one another, perhaps this is a clarion call for all of us at IUM. First and foremost, I have to congratulate all of you for taking this first step to be, I'm not sure whether integration, but it's the effort to integrate. It's starting now. The clarion call is from this group of people who are doing the project to have ulul albab, right? So now it's been taken up by UNIZA, who has started to take in about 30 to 40 students who are all Hufaz, since they are in Tadika Tahfiz of Terengganu, started by Tan Sri, Idris Juso, and who have been into Sekolah Imtiaz, the Imtiaz school, still keeping the Tahfiz, and now in the class of all Hufaz, boys and girls, and will be studying the natural sciences through the lens of the Quran, trying in the end to achieve ulul albab of polymath and polyglot. So the conviction is that the Quran is there in their life, such that when they go into study, it will not be multidisciplinary in the sense it's interdisciplinary. A plus B equals A plus B, which to them is still secular. That's interdisciplinary. But if this complete in March or takamul completing one, but rather set from a core thing of Islamic worldview, Quranic understanding, and then looking at every particular Tawhidic extrapolations of anything, starting from concept, from paragraph to sentences to even words. You can see the Tawhidic nature in all this thing. Then it would need that self to be integrated as well. So the Tan Sri Idris said that yes, they want to start that beginning, but for general consumption, he said, I think UAE has the basic things there. because it started on this. Right, it started the UA concept, the philosophy, and so on, is to have this Tawhidic thing being takamul, being indimarch, integrated in all this thing. So we started this, do not work in silos anymore, and we get together and bring, although I'm quite sure those in review knowledge know all of them are Hufaz, or some Hufaz is already forgotten, some of them, but we have to get back to that ardiyah, the background of the Quran, the Sunnah, and from there, from that core ardiyah, we look into the other thing, and we can do this together. So not only disciplinary, but we should get more, perhaps go understand more on the transdisciplinary aspect, where we have A plus B equals C. Then perhaps through that innovation, we can get something new. So this is a clarion call to all of us, because there are other people who's going to do things to achieve the same thing that we want to achieve. Wabillahi taufiq. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dato, for the encouraging word, and I guess that's a encouragement and congratulations to all our presenters today. Thank you for sharing your knowledge, the information that we have today. Okay, so before we can call it a day today, I would like to invite our Head of Research, Dr. Ruby, to deliver her speech.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, so first and foremost, I just repeating thank you and congratulations to all the presenters for such illuminating presentations. And I say this personally because I am teaching, my area is in psycholinguistics. I receive a lot of psychology students, okay, the adult students here, which I found they are smarter. The students have to keep up with psychologists. I think because psychology students have the background, so when they come to my class, they only have to learn the linguistic part. So personally, I find the session very inspiring, very much related to my area. And of course, 15 minutes is not enough, actually, kan? 15 minutes is not enough. But at least it gives us a snippet of our colleagues' areas, because otherwise, we don't know what's each other's expertise. Because personally, for me, for example, I love Dr. Rohaya as a person. Only then, oh, she's an expert in this. So usually we like a person just because for who they are. But now you know, oh, this is her expertise, that is her expertise, which is very important for like Dato mentioned about transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary. I think the first step is to know each other first, our areas. Right? Okay, so at least it gives a snippet. And this morning, Alhamdulillah, I think 15 minutes is okay. I'm taking from Dr. Rauda's presentation about the act of gratitude, because this morning it was 10 minutes. The Dell session is crazy because of that time right now. 15 minutes, I think is okay. So at least I know I know in psychology, those presented, what are your areas, and we can perhaps expand the collaboration. All right. So what I can say for just that 15 minutes presentation is that so far for the 2 session convened, we can see that TE provides this powerful framework, because for now we can see that it has a capacity to accommodate the study of human mind, the soul, the behavior, and the environmental ethics. So that in the morning is different, but still it can accommodate to this wide array of disciplines. All right. So I think that's all for me. So I would like to congratulate again, and I hope perhaps I'll see you again tomorrow at 9 a.m. for the session convened by the RKQS, Dr. Zunaida's department and FITS. And perhaps we'll see this more perspective coming from our researchers, inshallah. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Ruby. So terima kasih and thank you to all. So that concludes our Department of Psychology session today. Let's end our session with Tasbih Kifarah and Surah Al-As. Okay, safe travel, everyone. Assalamualaikum. Okay, can we take a picture? Can we take a picture first before we all adjourn? Okay. Okay, maybe you would like to sit middle sitting here. Okay, sisters, brothers, would you like to move to the middle chairs? Sisters?
Thank you.
No problem. Before time. No problem.
Orang yang tak duit ini macam mana? Wah. Thank you very much. Yes. Okay, well done.